this mechanism is essential for the Czech Republic. Until now, our legal system has had no comprehensive legal solution to effectively assess and mitigate the risks arising from these threats to strategic infrastructure. The regulation of supply chains is one of the most significant measures that will strengthen the resilience and security of the Czech infrastructure. An old Czech proverb says, "He who is prepared is not surprised." In the case of ICT, this is undoubtedly true. We now have the luxury of time to prepare ourselves for a potential crisis. Let us not waste this chance. And let's each start with ourselves. The least we can do is to be vigilant in the online space. Have strong passwords, different ones for different accounts, set up two-factor authentication, update systems, and verify where we put out our information, what we click on, and what we open. It sounds like small things, but in cybersecurity, it's up to everyone who goes online. Let's make it as complicated as possible for those on the other side. Thank you for your attention and have a great day at this great event.
Thank you very much to Lukáš Kintr, who was the director of is the director of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. This concludes the kind of introduction to our conference of today and the initial speakers. So let's move on to the first panel, Cybersecurity in an Open World. And I would like to, for all of you, the speakers, to join me on the podium in being headed by Lucie Kadlecová. Please come join me. Lucie Kadlecová is the Senior Associate in Cyber and Privacy in PwC, but is also a postdoctoral researcher at the Peace Research Center in Prague at Charles University. So she's extremely intelligent, very interdisciplinary, and she'll take you through the next panel, which is Cybersecurity in an Open World. It's yours.
Hello, hello. Yes, now. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for the very warm welcome. I'm not that sure about a very intelligent person, but for sure I am interdisciplinary, so thank you for that. But, and also thank you for the introduction. I would love to now invite on the stage our panelists. Please come and join me. I will do the introduction on the stage. Gentlemen, please. Matthias, can you please take this seat? Yes, under the pictures. Yes. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and sorry for the confusion. I will introduce you one by one. As you can see, there is one chair empty. It's for Mrs. Kosová, who had another working engagement this morning. So unfortunately, she relied on public transport in Prague, and she's 5 minutes late. So sorry about that on her behalf. But I will, in the meantime, introduce our gentlemen on the panel. I will start from the far right. Warm welcome to Mr. Králíček, who is member of the Parliament of the Czech Republic and also member of the Committee on Security. So welcome.
Hello, good morning.
To the left, we have, and you already all know him, Mr. Lukáš Kintr, who is Director of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Welcome, Lukáš.
Good morning.
And last, but definitely not least, a warm welcome to Dr. Matthias Sachs, who is Head of Cybersecurity Policy for Europe in Google. Welcome, Matthias.
Thank you. Good morning.
So as you can see, the topic of the panel is a little bit broad. So we decided actually to narrow it down a little bit and to talk about the trends in cybersecurity. As you know, the second day of this conference is dedicated to digitalization, mainly on the European or international level. And so what I would love to talk about in the next hour and so is how cybersecurity has changed in the past year. But before that, I need to mention one housekeeping rule. This panel is approximately an hour and 15 minutes long, so I'm going to dedicate the first hour or 55 minutes to the panelists and to a discussion here on the stage. But then I would love to encourage you in the audience to actually ask questions, which then hopefully will be all answered in the last 15 to 20 minutes of the panel. So please do not hesitate to ask those questions through Slido. You will see a QR code behind our backs where you can scan the QR code and then ask the question, and I will see them here on my screen and tablet. So please do not hesitate, don't be shy, ask questions, and take this amazing opportunity to ask questions to this distinguished panelists. And I can see that our very last panelist is just joining us. And a warm welcome also to Mrs. Kosova. Thank you so much for joining us. Mrs. Kosova is High Counsel in the Department of Crime Prevention in Ministry of Interior of the Czech Republic. Welcome to you as well. Catch your breath, don't worry. So as I mentioned, it's been a year since the Russian invasion to Ukraine, and everyone expected that cybersecurity would take a very significant part in the conflict. And it has actually happened, but we haven't seen any, as Leon Panetta would call it, cyber Pearl Harbor, as he labeled such a huge event a decade ago. Yet, we could observe in cyberspace certain changes in trends and also in our approach. And so my question to the panelists, kind of the kickoff question, is the following one. From your point of view, from your perspective of the institution, how has the Russian aggression against Ukraine changed cybersecurity and its trends on the EU level or the Czech level, respectively? Were we ready for that, or where do we have space for improvement? And I would start, if you allow me, with Mr. Králíček.
Thank you very much. It's not an easy question, honestly. And I think that we still have a space for improvement. I think that we cannot be ready for 100%. And Ukraine conflict showed us how important, cybersecurity is for everything. And I think that is still underestimating, area, because yesterday or today morning I read an article that Czech Republic, the Czech army, that they will buy the fighter jets, F-35. Today that we will buy the fighter vehicles and tanks. But I did not read that we will invest significant money to the cybersecurity. So I still missing Ukraine conflict, let's say, shifting us back to the conventional war. And I think that we were still talking about the conventional weapons, but we should not forget on cybersecurity. If I remember well that, in January 2023, Ukraine reports more than 2,000 attacks cyber attacks on the critical infrastructure. So from my perspective, we have a intensive discussion on new law, which Lukáš mentioned, and we increase the number of subjects which will be under this law, which you mentioned 6,000. But we know that we have no capacity and capability, so we have to focus, and we have to focus quickly. We can invest on the new learning structure or this stuff, but it takes the years. So we as a member of the parliament needs to discuss how quickly we can increase our resilience. And one of the way is let's say more intensive and closer cooperation with the private sector, because the public sector will never have same people, I mean, with the high education and the other stuff. So we should do let's say quickly, and yeah, that can be way how we can be more resilient, because as you mentioned, we didn't have a cyber security Pearl Harbor, but when we have, it will be late. And now we have a really good chance, because in Czech Republic we can discuss in as a freedom people, because we have no under let's say under pressure like in Ukraine. So let's discuss and be ready.
Thank you, Lukáš.
From our perspective, it was more about increasing of threats that we have already known. We don't see any revolutionary changes, and with these, the Czech Republic and our European partners have to deal. We have seen increasing activity of Russian-speaking hacktivist group or attackers, but although much of their attacks are still directed against Ukraine, we have seen several of them that spill over to Europe. For example, Viasat, or the attack against logistic companies in Poland. So that's from my perspective.
Thank you very much. Matthias, how about Google? How do you see it from that perspective?
Well, I have to slightly disagree, since we saw indeed a change actually. So what we see is a massive increase in attacks. We have tracked this with our threat intelligence group, which is probably known to you, and we have published a report at the Munich Security Conference called The Fog of War. And that was a collaboration between the threat analysis group and Mandiant, and I think many of you know Mandiant for being quite an asset in the threat and vulnerability space. And in this report, we figured, so the attacks were similar as we knew before. So in that respect, I agree with Lukáš, but we see way more of them. So increase by 250% with respect to Ukrainian stakeholders, and with respect to NATO countries and consumers and customers and public sector entities in NATO countries, an increase by 300% coming out of Russia. So it is quite massive what we perceive there. We took responsibility to talk a bit about the Ukrainian government for a second, and provided our Project Shield and our advanced protection program to the Ukrainian government, which means that we're going to help them to protect against DDoS attacks and to protect against attacks on the infrastructure. That's one thing. We ramped up significantly. And on the other hand, as we run parts of the internet and run a lot of services used by millions and millions and ultimately billions of people, we certainly feel the responsibility to beef up our operations, to do a bit more, and to invest in digital literacy as well. Since what we see on the cyber security front coming out of Ukraine is bleeding very much into the misinfo, disinfo space, because that's the ultimate goal, what the Russian government is going after, to justify their doing and to counterfeit what others, in particular Western governments, are saying on the topic. So it became quite a political game. And cybersecurity is a weapon, and as mentioned before, I think we have to see more investment in that respect, in particular due to these threats.
And I will have a quick follow-up question just to kind of dig deeper, because you have a unique perspective from the Mandiant side. I would be curious, so you can see this 300% increase in the attacks and so on. So do you think that we are ready for such a huge increase in the cyber attacks? How are we handling it?
Well, we have to be ready, and we have to beef up our game. And that goes into, I think, topics we're going to discuss a little later, which goes into public-private partnerships. I think we have to bandwagon here as Western democracies against this massive threat. We have to share more intelligence. We have to join forces in upskilling the cyber workforce and in upskilling societies and individuals. So there's lots to be done, and I think we're going to touch upon a couple of points here during the panel, but you're actually right. We need to do stuff.
Thank you so much. I will come back to that definitely. You helped me a lot with, with this remark. But going to Mrs. Kosová, so from the perspective of the Czech Republic and cybercrime, how do you see it? Like, have you seen any increase, any change after the Russian invasion to Ukraine?
Yes, I agree with the Director of National Cybersecurity Agency. In light of cybercrime, this crisis bring more attack for critical infrastructure, and we need to protect our systems and our people. We have some more protective measures like campaign and program to social and every environmental problems of people for Ukraine, maybe by Lex Ukraine now 5 and each other. But I think this is a complex topic. We can extend it so social sphere, so education, and we take this problem about every and whole human problems. We have some problems with human trafficking, recruitment, and other problems. Thank you.
Can you also see any change in how the cybercrime tactics develops? Do the cyber criminals nowadays have a slightly different tactics that they had 2 years ago? Is there any change? Or is it more or less the same, it's just the intensity?
More intensity and disinformation campaign, misinformation, and some manipulation techniques with people mind, I think. And it's soft skills problems, psychosocial problems, and these problems, attacks and hackers, maybe every use for another, maybe by human mind.
Thank you, Lucie. Gentlemen, you already mentioned a little bit of the international scene, cooperation with EU partners, the need for information sharing. I suppose also that, these are my words, build situational awareness on the international level. That's another step after the information sharing. How are we doing there? Have you seen any, for instance, acceleration after the Russian invasion, or how do you see that? And now the floor is open, as you wish.
I can share my thoughts here. I think that the need to do more in that respect has been understood, and I think there's a lot of political will currently across Europe, and as well as in the US. And I think we have a moment here where the transatlantic community needs to come together. We are working a lot with NATO these days, increasingly so, and having meetings with NATO officials. And they appreciate the support. And I think this is something where Europeans and Americans, and in particular in the enterprise sector, should collaborate. And that means that we are very much eager to work with NUKIP and other agencies certainly support NISA and their very important work to do more. And there's more happening. And I think on threat intel sharing, there's room for improvement. We appreciate the Cyber Resilience Act as a very important piece of regulation underway to even more provide a legal framework in addition to what NIS2 is already doing. So we have certainty and we have that framework in place where we can have that happening. And we want to be present here and want to contribute as an American provider for sure.
Thank you. Lukáš, did I see that you would like to react?
Yeah, very briefly. This conflict has brought all of us in the EU and across the Atlantic even closer together, and the willingness to cooperate is stronger than it has never been before. And the key is the collaborative security model.
Would you like to react, Mr. Králíček?
Yeah, I think that, you know, I agree with the gentlemen, and also me as a member of the parliament, I see more intensive communication between the parliaments. I'm the member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the NATO, so the cybersecurity and hybrid threats is here very important. But I think that, you know, what we can, you know, bring from what the conflict brings us, I think that we should focus on two priorities. The first is, you know, the prioritization, because, you know, I think that we should prioritize, you know, the cybersecurity. And second one, we need to change our, you know, our mind with the lawmaking, because if we prepare a law and if we approving, it takes, you know, months, sometimes years. And in cybersecurity case, it's, you know, I don't know how to say, you know, to be in public space, it's a problem, huge problem. And we have to change the, I don't know how, you know, I don't have an answer. I think it's, I'm even not, you know, specialist on lawmaking. I'm not a lawyer. But, you know, we have the law is too complicated. In technology, it's pretty fast, and it's against us. So I think that we, you know, that's why I'm happy that, you know, they have the NUKIP take a chance and prepare a new law, which I think it's first time ahead the technology, which is big. It's thanks to the discussion, and many people is against, and, you know, they think that they are worried and something, but we are a bit ahead. So we have, for me, it's these two areas, prioritization and lawmaking needs to be changed. We need to be faster, because the, you know, cybercrime and the, you know, cyber attacks is much faster than politicians.
Thank you so much for this. I could hear, or my two takeaways from what you've just said are two things. First, we need to build trust, because with trust, the communication and building partnerships on the international level is smoother. The other point is flexibility in terms of legal frameworks and reactions to cyber threats, risks, and the modern trends, because cybersecurity is developing very, very quickly. This, however, leads me to another point. How has the public-private partnership changed recently? Because we can see that different states in the European Union have very different approach to cooperation with private sector. We can take an example in Estonia, where the partnership between public sector and private sector is very close. And then we have other states which are, I don't want to say more reluctant, but they try to be self-sufficient, I would call it, as much as possible. So how do you see it? Has there been any change? How are we doing in public-private partnership? Should we build more trust with the private sector, especially the one coming from the trustworthy countries? Please.
Yeah, I can start, you know, because I think that we have to do it. We don't have you know, another way. Because if we want to build something in the public sector, it takes a long time, and we don't have a, you know, capacity and even knowledge in the public sector if I compare the public sector and private sector. So we have to find way, especially in cybersecurity. I cannot imagine that we will We will, now we will start building, for example, some, public SOC. I mean, Security Operations Center. So in that case, we have to really find a way how we can flexibly for working with the private sector and more closely. We need to. We have to.
No doubt. The war in Ukraine had a massive effect on how we see the public-private partnership. And it's clearer than even before that it's impossible to do cybersecurity effectively without engaging private sector. And we should shift towards the model of collaborative security because, as it was mentioned, there's problem with capacity, with prioritizing, and etc.
Lukáš, follow-up question. You mentioned the model of collaborative security. Can you elaborate a bit more for those who are not familiar with the term?
It's, in general, it's about cooperation between states and also between the state and the private sector. It's about sharing information, sharing capacities in big crises. So that's the basic approach of collaborative security.
Thank you, Lukáš. Matthias.
Yes, we have a shared fate here. That's obviously at hand, and I very much appreciate Robert as a parliamentarian saying that we need to move faster and we need to come together. I think a couple of aspects. First, I think digital transformation is the right thing, and we need to double down on that. So certainly we are a cloud provider, but I think I'm saying nothing new here, that the cloud is providing more security. And if you move to the cloud, you'll benefit from various security solutions available in the cloud. That is something that is going to be helpful, and that's something where public and private should bandwagon, since the public sector has a role to play as a role model, as a front runner, certainly. So this is something we would like to see. More operational threat intelligence sharing, more coming together. I think this is very important. And we acquired Mandiant just a little while ago, and Mandiant is already working with various players. And I know that you've been talking to Mandiant as well at NUKIP. So this is something we need to double down, and we have to do more. And then thirdly, I'd say we should use existing regulation, existing frameworks like NIS2 here or DORA in the US, and leverage that as to the practical extent, and move fast and get something out of that. Not see this as something hindering or framing only, but enabling. And I think that's what we should do, what we can do here. So let's use what we have, let's build on that, and let's try to speed up the processes. Certainly industry is ready to do that, and I think there's a lot happening behind the scenes, and increasingly so this is visible at the political level. And that's what I truly appreciate, that politicians in government as well as parliament talk about that and ask for even more collaboration. This is, I think, the right path we are on here currently.
That's a good news for all of us, that we can see this improvement. Lucie, do you see also any influence do you see any influence of the cooperation between public and private partnership in terms of cybercrime or cybercrime prevention?
Yes, in my opinion, I think that public and private sector now is more strong. I think that cooperation and coordination now is so huge, and I think that now we can prepare some new tools for protect with cybersecurity. We can use AI and machine learning and automatism, but we need human resources, and we need financial and economical base. I think public and private sector need protect on a national base, and on the other hand, on the pan-European environment too.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've heard a lot that public-private partnership is good. We must increase our efforts on that stage, and let's do it. But how should we choose with whom we will partner?
Hard question.
I know, sorry.
But back to Ukraine, they have no time for choosing. I guess it's a great example of the partnership between state and private sector, because for Ukraine, a big factor was migrating government systems to cloud. And it was enabled by assistance of private companies, and it ensured that the security and ongoing functionality was not independent on physical infrastructure. So we have now time for choosing and building trust and long-term partnerships, but we can't wait, because in future nobody knows what happened.
I very much agree with what Lukáš just said, but I would add to that, it's not only about shared fate, it's about shared values. And with whom do we share these values? I think this is a distinct time where the West needs to come together. And this is not only about talking about the aggressor in Russia, but also talking about China. And they have very different understanding of freedom, for instance. And we are talking about freedom of societies and economies, as well as freedom of the open internet. That is something where Google has a sincere interest, because we were cloud-born. We were born in the web, for the web. We operate parts of the web. So we want to keep that free, open, and accessible. We want to keep freedom of speech up. These are value-driven decisions. And I think we have those in common with European governments, with the European institutions, and with the US administration as well, and the US society. So this is something we share, so we should work for that and defend that. And that, unfortunately, is connected to a hot war in Ukraine and the Russian aggression. But if you quickly think about the misinfo, disinfo efforts coming out of Russia, this is terrible. And this is affecting freedom of the internet. And the answer can't be to shut down and build walls, but to rather stand up for that freedom and for that openness. And this is something we have in the West as a shared value worth defending. Sounds very pathetic and political, but I think this is maybe the time for that. And we would like to play our role here and to live up to the responsibility to provide that for public sector entities and for political decision makers who are the leaders. We would like to bandwagon with them leading free democratic societies.
Absolutely, this is an excellent point for sure. It's not pathetic at all. It needs to be spelled out. Did I see that Mr. Králíček or Lukáš, do you want to follow up? No, just quickly.
Just quick comment. It's a logical step to build such partnership above the international institutions such as EU or NATO, where the partnership and the relationship is building up shared values.
Right. Mr. Králíček, would you like to add something?
Yes, just finally, you know, the public sector or state, they need to just define criteria, you know, what they want, and then they can share or they can, you know, closely cooperation. And in real life, we as you know, politicians or the state, they have many offers from the private sector, like from Google and the others, to cooperate. So as I mentioned, we need to define criteria, and then I think it's easy way how to cooperate. And you know, we have many offers, many companies who can, you know, cooperate with the state, and we can share resources, share information. But we, as a state, as a country, we need to set up just priorities and criteria, and then we can cooperate.
And we're, I would say, lucky in that case that NUKIP is rather future-looking or forward-looking in that case, because I remember that many years ago, when we adopted very first law on cybersecurity in the Czech Republic. That was something also for our international partners, and that they took us as an example. So let's hope that the upcoming new law will be the same pattern. But we still have a bit more time before I go to questions from the audience. And again, I encourage you to post questions through the QR code, which occasionally turns up on the screen behind our backs. I can already see that some questions are coming in, so thank you very much for that. But turning back to our panelists with my last question, and then I will stop torturing you. What else, besides international cooperation and public-private partnership, we could do to get more resilient as an international community, more resilience against this kind of attacks as we saw in the past year? A little bit of, I would say, brainstorming here.
I could throw in one idea here, which is related to a piece of regulation currently debated, which is the EU Cloud Certification Scheme, EUCS. There we have a lot of sovereignty provisions brought into this draft regulation. And I think this is fair to say, let's talk about sovereignty, but I would say let's bring this to the political level in the interest of time and focus something like the EUCS on technical standards and on technical measures to make it workable, to bring solutions to the table where all cloud providers being headquartered in the EU or elsewhere can contribute, can provide, and can help increase resilience. And this is something, so we can't afford to mix very tactical political debates with technical measures, which are needed these days, very much. And I think EUCS is a fine example. We are fully supportive of the idea and the regulation as such, but would appreciate if we could keep this focused on standardization, on international harmonization, and keep it open. Because we believe in open security at Google, which is, I think, no surprise, since we are one of the biggest open source supporters. Certainly, this is a helpful step, but we need to make it practical in the interest of time, as alluded to earlier, and have political debates at a different level. Even though certainly strategic autonomy is an important topic to be debated in length, but I think we need to be pragmatic at this point in time. This is just one thing popping up in my head.
You mentioned standardization. Just a quick follow-up question. Don't you feel that, especially on the EU level, we are becoming over-regulated?
I wouldn't put it like this. I think the EU is regulating for good reasons, various things, and I think a lot of European stakeholders are proud of the regulation they created for good reasons, because it's helpful and it's adapted worldwide. So there's reason behind this. As I said before, we need to be pragmatic about it. It needs to be actionable, it needs to be fast enough, and it shouldn't like produce lock-in situations for customers, clients, and consumers, but be vendor agnostic, be open, and contribute to the open internet and like a multi-cloud approach, for instance, when it's about cloud, because that is what's going to be beneficial for most people, and that's increasing resilience, as I said earlier, because part of digital transformation is more cloud is making most things and most customers, be it small or big, more secure, since they can benefit from the security being available in the cloud.
Lukáš?
If I may, when it comes to EU regulation, I see a problem that Robert mentioned, the time that consumed the preparing of EU regulation. When it comes to EUCS, there is more than 2 years long preparation period, and we haven't still any output acceptable across the member states. So that's something that have to change, because without the right time, the regulation is missing any reason.
Right. Mr. Králíček?
Yeah, maybe I will repeat myself, but I'm thinking the same way like Matthias and Lukáš. I think that it should be, some political discussion about the priorities on European level and NATO level with focus on cybersecurity. Because now we have just, let's say rules that, each country should invest 2% of GDP to the defense. So we should discuss not about the percentage of GDP to invest to the cyber, but about the priorities. I mean, on the defense sector, and with European Union on civil sector, about the critical infrastructure to really put countries under pressure to really focus and get the priorities on cybersecurity. That's from my political view.
And from your view, what would be those priorities? What you would wish to really underline in these discussions?
Money talks. So there should be, some really, significant, amount of money to really invest to the, cyberspace, because I can, give you some examples from our countries, what's happened with the, hospitals, and the other sectors. And as you mentioned, I think that we still did not, have some Pearl Harbor. So we are, let's say, okay, so we should focus. And also education. It's very big, huge space for improvement. So it's, money and priorities and capacity.
Thank you. And going back to Lucie, I think this is a very nice bridge. What would help you in your work? What would make your work easier in terms of cybercrime prevention? What should be done?
I agree with my colleague. I think we need some protect technicals, and we need some protect and some I think that I need cooperation with public and NGOs in prevention of cybercrime, and we need a protect program for our people, our children, seniors, and every people. We need financial, we need human resources, but in our work we need extended what is our public interest. Maybe legislation, maybe technical measures, maybe principles.
Okay, so I heard money, I heard people, education mainly, and focus on the vulnerable groups such as minors and elderly people. Okay, well, thank you so much for this. I can see that there are new questions coming in, and I'm very happy for that. Thank you, because some of them are really good. I will start with this one because that kind of follow-ups on the public-private partnership we had here. Greetings to Ted Urho, who posed this question. When it comes to public-private partnership, who should take lead? The public with legislation compliance as their focus, or the private with innovation speed as their focus? So who should take the lead?
I think, the answer is in the question, because, I think that the private sector is, they will come with the innovation. Now we have a discussion, Lukáš mentioned, we have a new law of cybersecurity, and there is a, security of the supply chain. And it's really, let's say, tough discussion between the private sector and the regulator. And in the last discussion, we discussed with the private sector, and we asked them, okay, so bring your innovation and tell us what do you want, and what's your idea of the regulation in that case. So I think that the private sector, they bring anytime they bring the innovation, but the public they should set up the priorities, and they should I don't know if they should lead, but it should be some joint venture in discussion, or joint venture discussion. I think from my side as a politician, I'm a bit more on side to lead as a public because of priority, and you are shifting the country somewhere. But the private sector, they should bring these innovations. So yeah, so slightly I think the public sector should lead it.
Lukáš.
We talk about partnership, and partnership without dialogue doesn't work. So that's the key from my perspective, and I agree with Robert because of, as he mentioned, money talks, and that the primary, usually the primary reason of private companies, what they do. And from the national perspective, the security should lead similar dialogues about law when it comes, for example, to cybersecurity.
Matthias?
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on the word dialogue. I think we have a joint interest here, so we should do this all together. At the same time, I agree with the parliamentarian on the panel that you have a democratic mandate, and we don't have that. So you represent your respective society, and European parliamentarians represent, respectively, Europe, as do US congressmen respect the US, represent. So we would go to the lawmakers and the policymakers and live up to our responsibility by being transparent about what we developed, what we want to bring to the market, and share it, and have regulators take a deep look and a close look and vet it and discuss. And we should do this, I think, as an industry in a humble fashion, to say, okay, we have something here, we think it's good for this and that, and we think it could benefit consumers and societies and economies this way. What do you think? I mean, I don't want to touch upon AI, which is a totally different topic, but quite a can of worms these days, right? So should we pause on that? Who should say we pause? Do we want to call that? Do policymakers want to call that? Should they call that? And on cyber in particular, since it's pressing these days, and there's a lot of common interest right now, so we should use this to have a dialogue, but in that fashion. So where is the mandate and where's the responsibility? The responsibility is with us, and the mandate is with the politicians and the public sector.
I have another two, I would say, slightly provocative questions. Hopefully you will not hate me for those, but I'm just the messenger. Cooperation of institutions is important point. So are there any actions prepared by Czech authorities to break strong resortism of today?
So I'm in the opposition, so...
I will give you a second to think about it, and I will ask the other question, which is, I would say, slightly related and might help you to answer the question. Isn't our problem that we are more reactive than active? Our state system is rigid. All has already been said. Let's turn our visions and plans into reality. And this also for Matthias, so that you can contribute. Let's turn it into the international level, like how you can see this also with other governments, not only the Czech government. Any first takers? As you wish.
Oh, okay. So thank you for this question. I think it's, as I mentioned, it's about the priorities. I think that the system is system. I think that we are not able to to change very quickly because of many reasons. Because of political system, we have a mandate for 4 years, and we have a coalition. So the politics is about agreements. So you have to agree with your coalition, with your partner. So which generate a lot of compromise. So I think it's not so easy. But finally, it's about the really priorities. As you can see that, as I mentioned before, that I think that cybersecurity, if you're talking about the cybersecurity now, it's still underestimated. Because what I feel that we don't have a stakeholders in the government who is, really focused on cybersecurity. It's not criticism, to current government. It was even our previous government. We don't have a stakeholder. We have a stakeholder for digitalization, but not for cybersecurity, which means, who should push cybersecurity from the politician level? So I think it's more about the priorities than to discuss about the system. And if I can comment the resortism, I think that the resortism still stay in the political system. But we need to share the data and share the information among the each ministry. I think that they still, because each ministry they will have different priorities. They will focus on different stuff. So means that we cannot delete resortism as it is. But we need to share the data and share the information among. And we can share with somebody who will be let's say responsible on the government level for the cybersecurity. And what I really miss a long time, and I hope that sometimes somebody from the government, maybe from the new election or sometimes in the future, take the responsibility and take the cybersecurity as a high priority.
Lukáš, I'm sorry, I have to ask you.
Yeah, I start with the question about reactivity and proactivity. It's true that nowadays and for last several years we are more reactive than proactive, and it's caused by a lot of reasons. And I would like to mention that one of them is that we haven't all of the inputs in our own hands. COVID, war, and situation like that complicated it. And second reason I would like to mention is that we are still, from UKIP perspective, we are still a young agency, and we are still in process of building to full operated capacity. And situation like that I mentioned, COVID or the war, complicated the process of building, and that's why we are proactive more than reactive. Sorry, the opposite way. And finally, our long-term goal is to be more proactive than reactive, but it's determined by the cooperation, by building our capacity, and last but not least, about don't underestimate the cybersecurity at all. I
absolutely agree with you that it is super difficult to predict that those so-called black swans from occurring. So it is hard to really be active in such situations. And also, just going back to what Mr. Králíček said, also the legislation, the length of the legislation process is kind of against you, I would even say. So hopefully, let's see in the future that we will see more active actions from UKIP. But yes, yeah, Mr. Králíček.
Just short comment. I think that, but some of the areas we can be more proactive, as for example, education. We as a politician, we're talking a lot about it, long time. That's our mistake, really, that's our mistake. Because in education, we can change, we can be proactive in the education. But, there is no significant changes. That's our mistake as a politician. In that area, we can be more proactive. And then I agree with Lukáš.
Matthias, what is your point?
I think we want to help the public sector to be more proactive, actually. We certainly need guardrails, we need swim lanes, that's appreciated, so we are humbly asking for those, for you to develop those in partnership with us, but then we want to provide transparency and information to you so you can be more proactive based on the innovation we are producing. And another point might be where to look for stimuli for new ideas. This is also coming from society or from legs. Like if you think about the cyber workforce, there's a skills gap. It's obviously perceived. The EU states that it's about 500,000 folks in 22. And we did our own survey with Kintr and figured that across Europe that 46% of SMEs feel like they lack cyber professionals for various reasons. So half of all the SMEs across Europe, and I think we have had a high 4-digit number responding to the survey, said that they would like to have more cyber professionals. They totally need them. So this is another thing. So it's the economy, it's the money. So if Czech small and medium businesses would like to have more professionals, let's work on that. Let's get that right. And then we can be more proactive and help ourselves. So we get into a good circle, not into a vicious circle where we're always only responding, but doing something in advance. So let us help you guys becoming more proactive, because I think the question is a very good one.
I couldn't be more happy as the moderator of this panel that there is already some kind of first roots of potential partnership in the future, let's see. But you touched upon a very important topic, and that's education, because education is closely related to the human factor in cybersecurity, which is oftentimes undermined or overlooked in cybersecurity. And quite often, as we say, the problem in terms of cyber attacks is between the keyboard and the chair. So how are we doing in terms of education, in terms of, and I know that we will have a closed panel on that in the afternoon, so I want just very brief contributions from your side. How are we doing on that? What could be improved? Are we doing enough? Should we focus on elementary school, high school, universities? It doesn't matter. What is your standpoint?
I think, from my point of view, because when we give the mobile phone to our child, we should start with the education, because if we see what we are sharing as a private person, and if you see some children in the kindergarten, they already have some phones, some some touch phones, iPhones, and the others. So I think that at least from the elementary school, we should have some basic digital knowledge, or some digital basement. What we share, what is the threats and the others. So finally, we should start from our families, to really from ourselves to really be, digital responsible, because as I mentioned, if you check with your phones what you are sharing, how many applications sharing your location and the other information. If you see on the Facebook what you are sharing, with at least the pictures with your families. And I had a chance to visit our intelligence service, and if they show us what we can, let's say, find on the public space, about somebody, it's really, it was, I cancel some of my accounts, from there. So we should start from ourselves, and then I think in the system, at least from elementary school, because in elementary school, many people, most of the children, they already have phones, and we should start on that.
Yeah, across the population, we have to say stop to underestimate it ourselves as potential target of cyber attacks. That's the key reason, and after that, go across all the age groups. And just yesterday I mentioned that when parents buy a bike to children, they buy them automatically the helmet and other protections, and try to influence in how they ride the bike. And I'm not sure that we share same amount of information when it comes to smartphone to small children. So that's the long-term goal. That should be the long-term goal, to pay same attention to cybersecurity as we pay to physical one. And we have to, at the same time, we have to talk about upscaling and rescaling, because we have very big and huge gap in older age groups.
I love this picture of the bike and the helmet. It's very to the point, to be honest. And I myself came across many times working a little bit in cyber awareness and education. People, even young students, telling me, "Oh, cybersecurity, it's not my topic because I'm not an IT person. Like I'm not I don't work in the IT department, so why should I care about cybersecurity?" That's the greatest misunderstanding which we have, I believe. But Matthias, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with what has been said. Certainly, the gentlemen are very right. I would add to that as an industry, we certainly can only say it's on the consumer, and we are working on digital literacy and upskilling and supporting the cyber workforce, and this is all happening, and I talk more about that a little later. But there's another aspect to it, which is we are trying to have secure by default and secure by design products, where security is built in and it's invisible. So the user can assume that there's a switch turned, like the default piece, right? It's turned on. It's secure by design. That's what we want to have. That's what we have to have. And I think this is common amongst the big providers, but this is an important part. So we do our part to the extent we can and provide such products. And then we have to work with entities like NUKIP to increase awareness, to roll out programs, to make trainings available, and to ring the bell constantly across all ages.
I would sign that. Lucia, what do you think?
I think education is very important and prevention too. I think that children need prepare for elementary schools, and parents is a big problem because parents don't know about soft skills. I think soft skills is very important in cybersecurity, in prevention of cybercrime as well.
Thank you very much. I have one more question from the audience. Again, thank you for that. Where was it? Here we go. Thank you, Igor, for this question. Do we have a reliable risk assessment comparing technical threats versus human factor threats? What is the best way to prevent and cope the human factor risks? And this is a very good question because, again, cybersecurity is very often understood as a purely technical matter, but there is always that one person who is sitting behind the computer. So, any first answers, first reactions? It's a difficult one.
Let me, from an industry perspective, say, I think the human factor is unpredictable to a certain extent. So we increase education, we increase awareness, we do all of that. But even our very own exercises where we have red teams and blue teams fighting each other and figuring where the weaknesses are, sometimes the one team wins due to someone making a mistake. And it wasn't the software, right? That's happening pretty often. So it's hard to say. It's a very good question, and I think this is what our engineers are pondering on all the time, how to solve that question. I won't have an answer here. I'm just saying, good question, we're working on it, and the human factor is an issue.
Yes.
Maybe I have a political, answer. We have still space for improvement, and we are working on it.
I told you it is a very good question, this one. And just to give more time to Lukáš, if he would like to react, we mentioned education. But I would say, from also my personal experience, education is not just about the skills, upskillings, reskillings, and so on. It's also about mentality, about psychology. So what should be also, in my belief, part of educating people in cybersecurity is the psychological element of cybersecurity. Very often the attacker is trying to put more psychological, mental pressure on you so that you make mistake, although if you would be in a more relaxed situation, you would know that you wouldn't press the button and open the email. But when there is an email coming to your mailbox saying, oh, you owe me this amount of money because I don't know what, and you're maybe tired, it's very late in the evening, and you're like weaker in your thoughts, you're more likely to open that email and install a malware on your computer. So just to emphasize also the importance of psychological side of cybersecurity in educating people. But Lukáš, what is your point?
At first, it's about awareness that there are some threats, and that we are the possible target. And as you mentioned, it's about the manipulation with the people mind, and if the people know that there are possible targets, they are step ahead of the attacker. And if in addition, when they have some real experience from interactive e-learning or, for example, exercise, they have another one step in front of the attacker. So that's the possible way how to head that challenges in general population. And it's more complicated when it comes to technical people, the technician.
Mr. Králíček?
Yeah, just your comment. I think that we should, let's say, I don't know if it's the right words, create good examples, because if I open all emails when somebody told me that I win, some money, so now I'm billionaire, so I'm deleting immediately, Sometimes I'm crying that, $10 million is good, but it's about our discipline, as I mentioned, that we should start in ourselves, but also we should have good examples. I mean, on a civil, a civil society, like we as a politician can be as a good example, some of them, or in general, some politician can be. Maybe we need to generate new leaders who will, show us and teach us, better discipline or something like that. But I think this is what we as a politician can provide, better examples in that way.
I have the very last question before we will need to conclude the panel. And again, I think the answer might be pretty short, but still, I think it needs to be mentioned here. 100% security is impossible, only, quote, acceptable amount of risks. So preventive cyber threat intelligence is key, in other words, sharing intelligence. Is the EU ready? And maybe we can also talk about also the transatlantic level here. Do we do enough?
I'm happy to jump in here. I think we have some differences still on both sides of the Atlantic, and we have to overcome those. Some different perspectives. So for the US, it's easier to focus on national safety first, because they have that one nation, and in Europe, it's a bit more complicated. We have nation states, we have the EU, and there needs to be a balance between those. So this is something where we have a difference. At the same time, I think there's so many commonalities. We should certainly take a look. I think we have an opportunity here.
Any other opinions or ideas?
Yeah, maybe just short. I think that sometimes we try to find ideal solution. I think that the ideal solution doesn't exist because we are not living in ideal world. So I totally agree with Matthias. It's really somewhere about balance. And you know, I can answer saying that we will have still space for the improvement. So, and this is a really for me it's a bit complicated topic and discussion. So I can answer no, but it's not so easy to answer. That's not political question. That is not so easy to answer.
From my perspective, it's the time aspect is the most important one. The timely solution is better than 100% solution. So that's it.
It's a very good point. We have last 3-4 minutes. And so we touched upon many topics. We jumped from here to there. What would be your thoughts or key takeaways for the audience, what they should take from this panel? What would you like to emphasize as the last?
That we will have still space for improvement. And no, I think that, honestly, seriously, we should really, still have more focus, more priorities, and more investment from the, public level. That's, what I should bring from this discussion. But I'm in the opposition, as I mentioned. So I will tell to our government, but who knows?
Thank you.
Yeah, we have some big goals, but I don't want to go to such detail. But the education, the awareness, and not wasting time when it comes to preparing for crisis.
Thank you, Matthias.
I'd say I or we as Google appreciate the fact that cybersecurity is high on the agenda, even if it's partially for unfortunate reasons. We would like it to stay there, and for the audience to take away that we need to invest more, we need to collaborate more, we need to come together on the basis of shared faith and shared values. I think this is important.
Thank you. And Lucie?
We need cooperation, coordination, digital era and digital transformation is process, and ecosystem cybersecurity is process too, and I think it's very important. Education is important, communication is important.
Thank you to all the panelists for taking the time and being here with us, sharing your thoughts and your answers to those sometimes very tricky questions. Thank you to you, audience here in the National House in Vinohrady, and also to the audience online for joining us and for actually asking these really, really good questions. It was my pleasure. So thank you to Robert Králíček, Lukáš, Kintr, Dr. Matthias Sachs, and Lucie Kosová for being here with us. And the floor I give back to Sarah.
Thank you. Let's give them a hand, everyone. Thank you so much for a fantastic panel. Not only the crisis in Ukraine has definitely shown us the importance of being vigilant and understanding the cyberspace around us, because this newly emergent cloud civilization that is everywhere around us is important to navigate properly in. Let's now move to the next panel, which is on e-health, a panacea or a good helper. I mentioned this briefly yesterday, but 3 years ago when Florian Marcus from the Estonian e-government was here online speaking about health and innovations in health, he was mentioning how Estonia is using blockchain for the storage of patient data. Are we catching up with them? How are we doing? What's the state of digitalization and technology in terms of our healthcare system, and how is it moving in the 21st century? To tell you more about that are the roster of the next speakers who will be introduced to you by the moderator of the panel, who is Tomáš Doležal, the director for the Institute for Health Economics. I also want to mention that this panel is made possible by ELF, the European Liberal Forum, and I also want to encourage everyone to keep sending in those questions through Slido. You can see how fun it is when you get engaged more as an audience in the panel discussions. So Tomáš Doležal and all the speakers, please come and join me up on the podium. Is yours.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning to everyone. I'm really glad that we can open the floor for e-health, digitization of healthcare services, distant care, telemedicine, everything you can imagine under this topic. And we have at least 4, but I hope that in the while 5 distinguished guests and speakers. First of all, I would like to introduce and invite Barbara Dubanská. She's a lawyer specialized to healthcare, pharmacy, and the data openness as well. Thanks for coming, Barbara. We have 2 distinguished guests from Denmark and from Austria. I'm really glad to invite Henrik Ibsen, and I hope that he will share with us the experience from Denmark. And he's long time involved in discussion with Czech stakeholders, so I'm really looking forward to his views and his ideas. We have also Jürgen Brechtstetter. Jürgen is representing IHE. This is the organization which is trying to implement interoperability standards to e-health healthcare, and he is also now almost 1 year in cooperation with Czech Ministry of Health. So we will be glad to see the Austrian experience, but also the broader interoperability experience. Thanks for coming. And last but not least, we have Martin Zeman. He's the director of e-health department at Ministry of Health, Czech Republic. And Martin is always very keen member of this discussion. He remembers everything what happens in Czech e-health development, so his memory is here with us. Thanks for coming. We are still waiting for one of the panel members, which is Jakub Pěťoký, but he's late, stuck in the traffic, and I hope he will be soon here. During the end of the last year, and I'd like to ask you for the first initial slide I have prepared for the discussion. So if you can switch to the slide, yeah. With a small group of experts for the healthcare, we have tried to create a document which has been published in December, I hope, last year. Mr. Pěťoký is here, and I'm really glad that he is here with us. Mr. Pěťoký has personal experience with implementing distant care telemedicine services in the rehabilitation and physiotherapy. So he has practical experience from the perspective of healthcare providers. Thanks for coming. So in December we have published in small expert group, not a deep analysis, but let's say the 10 points which from the personal perspective of the groups we feel as the most burning issues in the development of Czech e-health environment, and the question why do not we go faster is always embedded in our discussions. We know that we have started quite late, but still we need to be faster and faster. These 10 topics are touching different aspects of e-health and digitization. And let's go quickly through them, and then I will ask all the panelists to react and to pick up from their personal perspective what are the most important topics now, and what topic would fasten our development to the, let's say, standard e-health ecosystem. We identified that we need to have clear responsibility and competency in the implementation of the digitization strategy. In Czech Republic, it's Ministry of Health, but there is the role of another stakeholders, insurance funds, professional organization, commercial sector, etc., etc. We have already in place Act on Electronic Healthcare Services, e-health law, but there is still not clear what are the implementation phases and when we will have implemented all framework which is written already in the law. That was the second point. In Czech Republic, there is a lot of telemedicine services already in place, providing distant consultation, distant monitoring, etc. But we are still lacking or missing some hard and safe legislative framework. If you have different lawyers, you can hear different opinions if it is legal or not to provide distant digital services. So this was the third point we have stressed in the analysis. We already know that we are delayed or a little bit losing the floor in the implementation of the electronic health records into the different ecosystem of providers in the outpatient and inpatient care. And we know that once we will have the wires between the physicians, between the hospitals, between the patients, we need to move data in the structured way, and this might be the problem then. So this was the fourth point. From end users at the side of patients, clients, physicians, it's really hard to get a good orientation in what standards, security, technological data are the mandatory, which are required, which are recommended. This is really difficult for my personal perspective. So we need really get some simple guidance. Once you want to provide distant care, what should you implement into your practice? Another point was the creation of rules and processes for digital applications, digital therapeutics, if you want. You know that many countries across Europe have already implemented the pathways how to get these applications, digital services for distant cares into their reimbursement system. That's something we are still missing, and we have not started yet the discussion. Then we need more push to physician professional societies to create guidelines, guidances, and recommended best practices for providing distant care. The next point was patient view, client's view, how to be oriented in the digital health world, what services are safe, what are reliable, what are data secure. It's really hard from the perspective of consumer to be oriented currently, and we know that many countries has implemented certification processes from the view of physicians or clients. We are a little bit behind in the education system for all stakeholders. We still are talking in the small bubble of experts, but to spread these things across the population will be really challenging. And the last point was, it was more my personal view, but if you look into the investment into the e-health and digital health, they are mainly ending up in the big hospitals and are a little bit bypassing the primary care sector, outpatient sector, etc., etc. And I feel, and I have some personal experience, there is a huge underinvestment at the level of this network of primary care physicians, etc., etc. And I'm afraid that this will be something which will be causing the system be slower and slower. So this is the floor. We have just 1 hour. I know that we would need much more of time, but let's try it. We have agreed that we don't want to be too much technical. even if there are a lot of technical prerequisites in the implementation e-health, but we would like to keep the discussion on the high level, on the understandable level from the perspective of stakeholders in the healthcare, consumer, patient, prevention, providers, physicians, and regulators. And I would start with Barbara, because ladies always first. What's your personal views on these 10 points? What of them would you stress, pick up, and tell that they are most important from your perspective?
So you're saying we should keep it high level. At the same time, every single person sitting here is a patient. So it's everything about us. So if we want to be engaged, we need data. If we want digital healthcare, we need data. If we want digital solutions, we need data. If we want to improve efficiency of healthcare, we need data. And now my question is, how many people here in the room are using online banking? I'm definitely one of them. My mom, all my family is using it. Okay, I see many hands up. How many of you have full access to your health records? Danish, obviously. Then I see a few people there. But really, you know, you see the difference between the number of people having access to your money online and how many people are having access to their health records. And you know, it would be like a philosophical question whether money is important more than health, but we may argue that at least it is also a value we should consider. It's not all about money, right? And what we see here, we do not have the data, we do not have access to our data, and we do not have access to general public health data. So when Tomáš is saying we need structured electronic health records, 100% support that. You know, first question is, really, we need the health records. We need data standards for that so that we can communicate between one another, all healthcare providers, and we need to really set a standard. So this would be #1 priority for me, because without data, we cannot digitalize.
These are the most burning gaps you can see in the way to data availability. Structured records, standards, and what about legislative framework for it?
For legislative framework, really, we need to impose an obligation for the healthcare providers to keep the data in digital form. So we do not have that. The Act on Electronization is saying maybe in the future we will have this. It's not happening now. And you know, when you look, Sarah was mentioning Estonia having data on blockchain. Wow, good, okay. But that means, first of all, they have their data already electronic. What is the difference between Estonia with their GDP and us? What's really the issue then?
Shall we wait to EHDS, EU legislative framework, or is there any opportunity to have it earlier, in your personal view?
Let's discuss that. I think EHDS, and it's coming into effectiveness, it's a real last resort for us, but there's nothing really stopping us from running a bit ahead. It's not really running ahead, we are so behind in when you look at it from other member states' perspective. But you know, that would be last resort. But let's do it as soon as possible. Let's start with some type of electronic records and then continue. We should have 100% of electronic health records soon. It's saving lives, so you know, what's the argument? Why not?
Thank you. Henrik, you are not for the first time in Prague, in Czechia, so you are a little bit insider already. And I was bothering you with the question, what was the secret sauce for Denmark to go so ahead from our perspective, of course, and Scandinavia, Estonia, UK are the, let's say, countries we are looking as front runners in the field of digitization. So if you would try to identify, let's say, 3 to 5 things we should orient it first to be not so behind, what would be your recommendation?
I think one thing I can say for sure about Denmark is that we now know what we're talking about. And I think this is probably the major quantum leap for the Czech Republic. Everybody's talking about it, but nobody actually really knows what they're talking about. And so everybody's sitting in the bus is not going anywhere, and we're talking about what is behind the next hill and what does the landscape look like. And all of these experts spend a lot of time discussing, and the politicians discussing, but nobody is doing anything. Nobody is doing anything. There's no medical record. And the ones in the Czech Republic that are there, they are very, very old, and like communist era kind of medical records. So nobody really knows anything about what goes on. A lot of experts can talk, you know, go blah, blah, blah. They are very good at that. I'm one of them. But in Denmark, I launched the National Health Portal in 2003. I was the architect behind it. That's 20 years ago. And we didn't know anything about the medical record standards at the time, because now 20 years later, the standards have changed 7 times at least. So trying to aim for a specific standard and implement that, because right now that's the big thing, like fire or HL7, it changes. It doesn't matter. What matters is exactly what Barbara says, it is the data. And in order to get data, you need to have an IT system. In order to have an IT system, you need to put money at it, get experiences, operate it, work it, and realize that this is not going to be perfect. This is not going to be the one and only solution for the Czech Republic going forward. And trying to wait, kind of find the nirvana, you know, for the perfect setup, and that's not going to happen. So compromise. Get your hands out of your pockets. Do something. Implement system. I know for a fact there are systems available in the market in the entire European space that allow you to put a medical record online and telehealth and virtual care online in less than 8 weeks. Why in the world are you not doing it? Why are you talking? Why are you still talking? I've been here like 6 months ago. We were still talking. You need to do something. And this actually doing stuff to get knowledge about what it is, what is the essence of the data, what is the problems, where is the problems, how do we need to fix it? And also to expose all the governance issues, because being here before, I know for a fact that the government agencies are not helping each other. The fact that you designate one organization to do everything just make the other organizations jealous, and they oppose. You get opposition. You need to try stuff, find out what is the problem, and then solve it. So there is a huge responsibility for the government and for the Minister of Health to cut through all the crap and get stuff done. And this is really, really simple if you know how to grasp it and how to do it. And the problem is, unless you actually do things, it's very difficult to have a discussion about how do we move forward from here? How do we get standards implemented? How do we do data integration? Because you have nothing to integrate. When you have stuff that you need to integrate, then let's talk about which standards to apply and do that, and then change it in 3 years when they'll change again. So get going. That's my advice.
So practically speaking, you mean don't wait to ideal standardization, start with the pilot projects, go through it, implement it in the region, single hospital, and then spread experience out? What was the story of Danish?
Find out who has enough power and energy to implement the system. I will guarantee you that no matter what system you implement, you can do it in 10 weeks, and that system will already have HL7 standards, because every supplier with self-respect has that in the European space. Why wait to define the structure that nobody will ever adhere to anyway? In our experience, we tried in Denmark to have a national structure for e-health data and so on. And we spent 2 years before I finally managed to kill it with some other guys, so we could now implement things and get experiences and move it from there. The systems will never be perfect. They will also be converging to something which is better than before, but they will never be perfect, and not at the beginning, at least.
Yeah, I think you have perfectly identified the Czech mentality. You are still waiting for some external stimulus, and that someone will do it for us. Martin, this is the perfect question for you. Are we waiting for anything? And if yes, what we are waiting for?
We are waiting for next steps, next decisions, but we are working on many parts of infrastructure and infrastructure of e-health, and the first priority for us now is to publish the set of data standards for the Czech Republic based on international practice and terminologies, and then help to finance, to invest into healthcare provider systems to adapt these standards and to use the digital health or electronic health records to exchange data between providers, and the final task for us is to make access for patients for everywhere, from all health records to the year 2030. So it's a very difficult task, because we are moving forward not fast, as usual. And we have many unsuccessful stories from our center. But we are working very intensive now. We have money. We have the first version of data standard, so I think it looks not bad.
So in your perspective, the imaginative world explained by Barbara at the very beginning will happen at 2030. That will be the time when everyone from elsewhere will have access to the electronic health record online in the real time. Do you understand?
It's a written goal.
It's ambitious,
for
but
everybody.
it might happen if everything will go smoothly.
My ambition.
In your experience, are healthcare providers active enough in these implementation of projects and pushing you as a ministry to accept, adopt, etc.? Or are you seeing that they are hesitating or waiting? Because that's the word Henrik has been explaining. This must be about go brave forward, even in not perfect world. So what's your experience with these pilot project implementation? And I know that there are some money coming from the European Union, from the Recovery Fund, which should stimulate these pilot projects. So how do you see this question?
I think that we have the future obligations from the Act for e-health, from Czech legislation and from EHDS 2. And the other side, we have money with obligation to make the same things. So the activities of healthcare providers are now a little bit strong. It's better and better. They want to make something, and they are waiting what to do. They are waiting for the standards, for new methodological guidelines and other things to start these processes, because money are on the way to make e-health records digital, and standards are written. So it is not possible for many of them to be not active.
I remember one discussion with the IT Deputy of Minister, Mr. Blaha, last year, and one of the critical points he has identified was the difficulty to attract people from IT sector to Ministry of Health, because, yeah, we know why. Is there any changing in the situation? There was a lot of vacant positions, and without the team you cannot implement all these things. How are you as a ministry with this stuff now? It's May 23. Are you still missing people, or how many hires have you had during the last 6 years for the positions of this?
We have 20 new positions with some people, not 20 people. But we are still looking for real experts and project managers, not only experts in the area of e-health, but in project management too, or legislation, for example. So it's too difficult for the government to hire these people. But the situation is better, but not good. So we are able to sometimes get new people on higher level of knowledge or experience, but it is not common situation. The tasks are totally different, and our possibilities to have qualified people. It's a real problem. Very difficult. The minister tries to help us. Minister tries to change something, but it's about, for example, to separate organization not under the rules of government, to help us to hire these people, and we don't have this organization.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to use Slido. I can then translate the question to our panelists. So moving to Jürgen, you have two hats on your heads in this discussion, I would say. We will definitely talk about the implementation of the standards and interoperability tools, but you have also your personal experience from e-health implementation from Austria, and honestly speaking, the mentality of Austrians is much closer to Czechs than from Scandinavia. So maybe that your experience with implementing e-health into Austrian system would be much more, let's say, starvable for us, our stomachs. So would you try to address both issues in your introductory speech?
Sure, my welcome. So yes, I think we are quite similar, I guess. You know, Austria is a highly federated country. So we have these 9 provinces, and all of those are like little kingdoms. Not sure if it's the same here, but this is a situation which we simply have, you know. So from my point as a technologist, health information exchange is at least no longer a technology problem. The biggest problems are on the side of legislation or of, you know, getting every stakeholder on board. Austria has done a lot of homework here. We started very early in 2006, actually, already. That was the time where Europe started the EPSOS project. And there were the similarity that at that time, everyone needed to learn that an endeavor like establishing a health information exchange is actually a very complex thing. It's much more complex than e-banking or, let's say, airline booking systems and so on, because so many different stakeholders are involved. There's public sector, private sector, there are vendors in there, patients in there, and secondary use, primary use. It's a real complex thing. That's why it's needed that you make sure that you get everyone on board. And this, I think, was one of the magic substances which helped in Austria to getting it sort of right, because we made sure that the creation of what we now call the Austrian e-health infrastructure was based on the, let's say, 3 major pillars of the Austrian health system. The one was the federation, the other one were the 9 Austrian provinces, and the third factor was the Austrian social insurance. And those 3 are the 3 major payers of the healthcare system. And this was sort of a key thing, because you cannot believe how much, let's say, torpedoes this endeavor had to survive. Some came from the Chamber of Physicians, the other ones came from politicians. You know, and but you know, this solid ground on that it's actually owned, if you want, by those who are actually paying it and those who are actually covering all of, let's say, most parts of the healthcare, because in Austria, majority is public, the private is not so much, has made it surviving, I think, 5 or 6 different governments. And I think this is key, because things like this need the time to establish. I think that's one point. The other point is the perspective on how you look on health information exchange. Because this was also a change in Austria, which was important to do, which is, and it's in the word, it's called Austrian e-health infrastructure. But it was not called like that in the beginning. In the beginning it was called the electronic lifelong patient's health record. But this has changed to infrastructure, and the reason why it has changed is because it's now seen as a piece of infrastructure. It's like a power line or a motorway, because it's a wire in all of the healthcare facilities in Austria, the hospitals, the primary care physician offices, the pharmacies, and so on. And on this fundament, there are the services established, which is, I don't know, sharing clinical reports, or sharing medication data, or sharing immunization data, and all of that stuff. So the reason why this is seen in that way now is that we realized that it's all about efficiency. I mean, there are these two, I mean, of course it's patient safety and improved, you know, treatment of patients, all of that, that's one big thing. But the other thing is efficiency. And if you see it as sort of, okay, let's build one motorway and then think on what we transport over it, trucks and persons and whatever, that's, I think, the right thinking. And I think you have it on your list in the point 10 mentions infrastructure, that's one big thing. And also the point of legislation, of course, is very important, because I agree to Henrik in the terms that, you know, do something, you know, not only talk about it, do something. What I also would add to this is that this doing needs strong governance. So you need to do it coordinated. Otherwise, you know, anyone is doing something, you know, and at the end it doesn't fit together.
You need to have a roadmap, clear roadmap you goes through it. Look, let's look at the, let's say, ordinary Austrian citizen. What kind of digital health services I have? Do I have access to my electronic health records on time, real time? Do I still getting any papers in the physician's office? What is the usual practice?
So the ELGA, as it's called, is currently providing e-reporting for different document types. The document types we actually have at the moment are the hospital discharge summary, the physician part, and the nursing part. It's two documents, two different ones. The laboratory report, radiology report, and medication information. That means all open prescriptions and all what has been dispensed. And the recently added one during COVID was the e-immunization. The key point for this is these are not programs like Mother and Child and something like that. All of these services are always for all Austrian citizens. And actually they are even, sometimes even further, because with these EU regulations, we also need to make sure that foreigners, people from foreign EU countries, have the, also get access to some of these services. And this will get even, you know, even more strict when EHDS comes enacted.
So looking to, or moving to Mr. Petioki, you definitely has the longest experience with implementation of practical things into digital health, telemedicine services, let's say. So what's your personal perspective, and what do you think are the most important, and what are, let's say, the barriers on the road in the implementation? So Jakub, please may I ask your standpoint?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So first of all, I was listening to all the speakers, and speaking from my position, like now I can say experience telemedicine or telerehabilitation healthcare provider, I mostly agree with Jürgen. Why? Because he talked about data efficiency. Based on our experience, we know that not all data needs to be shared. Let's say 90% of the data are rubbish. It makes only pollution in the system. So we need to focus on the real data which we need to see. What is important to say that what was discussed here, like an issue, it's already solved. Many health insurance companies are already providing the medical records for the patients. So they have access in their mobile phone. They have the treatment process written there. They have the medical interaction, cost of the treatment. There is a connection to telemedicine consultancy, and if information is missing, there is some help to some link system. Hospitals, big hospitals, they have the same. They already created some infrastructure. They have some of the hospitals, they have structured medical records. Some of the hospitals, of course, they don't have the medical structured record, and they are ready to share it because we already know, even though the protocol. So we know the protocols which we shall use. I'm surprised. I'm from a governmental institution, and we are ready to use it, but the protocol is not implemented. So I would say that from the bottom, the system is ready. The providers, they are ready, but we don't need nothing special. Only, my perspective, it's quite easy because we are ready.
So we are talking about national standards to be implemented.
Yes, national standards.
In the law or in the methodology, that's what you are missing.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, because if we are able to share information within the clinic, I'm not talking only about our institution, because we are in contact with many institutions in the Czech Republic, and many of them, they are building very robust, very solid system with the features of interconnectivity. So the system is ready. So now, I would say the data accessibility for the patient is already there, but it's provided with the private sector. It would be great to have the option to share it, even though within the hospitals. I would like to ask Henrik, is it correct? Yeah. When you talk about the Danish system, is it for everybody, or governmental institution, or even though the small practitioners, the small private doctors? Because I think this is the question: who will pay for them? Yeah? Because we, like a governmental institution, we know if there is some order, we will ask Minister of Health, okay, you force us to do something?
Yeah. That is one of my questions I would like to follow with. So please keep that question. I will raise it later. There is one specific question to you Mr. Pretioki. It's about interaction between health tech, because you are, let's say, health tech provider, because you came up with the unique solution for telerehabilitation. So what is, in your eyes, the role of interaction between health tech guys and public health system? Is this something which is working, or in Czech environment, or do you see any barriers there? Because that's something from my perspective we are not using properly. The energy coming from private sector is not addressed in public institutions. That's my personal experience, but what's yours?
I think your question become an answer as well, yeah, because it's true. There are a huge amount of talented people, a huge amount of a group, spin-off companies, even bigger companies. They want to do something. They have good products. Sometimes they have bad products, but with some minor changes can be implemented if they follow the international protocols as well. But as well is stuck on the level of monetization, licensing, etc. And finally, I am missing one person here, a representative from health insurance companies, because finally it's not about what we will use, but who will pay for it. And this is my instant comments with the director of insurance company. Are they willing to pay for you? Are you willing to pay for this type of treatment? And the question is, is yes, maybe not. So it's difficult after that for the investor to continue.
One of the last question for you, trying to use your personal experience. What's your experience with persuading physicians and healthcare professionals, generally speaking, to use these digital tools? Once the organizations will decide to implement it, so there is no, now let's say the money question is resolved, how to get them on the board? Because again, it's my experience that it's not easy always to switch from analog to digital world, because it's not only about using the tools, but to restructure their processes, etc. So how did you reach these, let's say, change in your institution?
I believe that for the doctors working in the faculty hospitals or the private hospitals, they are already working with health information systems and with structured data. So for them, it's very easy to be convinced, because they are already in the system. For the others, I would say I believe in the new generation. So we need to educate them, and they are already growing in the digitalized world. So if somebody really don't want to jump on the board, I think we can try to educate him, but if he really doesn't want to work in this field or to participate, no need to spend the time and the money to persuade him.
Yeah.
And it's important to focus on the new people.
Yeah. So moving to the question of money, I think it's a burning one, because just setting the stage, currently there's very few distant services covered from health insurance in Czech Republic. The money coming to eHealth are, let's say, one-time grants or investments, and we all know that we need some long-term financial motivation embedded in the system. And here I would like to use the experience from Henrik and also from Austria, how this was arranged from the reimbursement perspective, public reimbursement, private reimbursement, or the direct from consumer out-of-pocket money. So what's your experience, Henrik? Where are the money coming from to e-health and digital health?
The money comes from the government. We are troubled by reimbursement systems that are very old, because people go to the hospital and the government reimburses the doctors for executing procedures on the patients, which means that you have to be in the hospital to receive any money for compensation for such a procedure. This is a huge problem in all of Europe, because reimbursement is not following the service, it is following the patient. And that means in order for this to work, we need to change the way we reimburse to say that a hospital is given a certain amount of money to keep people healthy, not the other way around. And right now we are having a sick care system, we don't have a healthcare system. We call it healthcare, but it is not, it is sick care. So in order for this to work, we need to allocate a budget for the hospital to keep people healthy, because when we do that, they will be very, very motivated to keep people out of the hospital, which is not the case now. It's on the contrary, they want people to come to the hospital. And this does not work. So we need to change that. In Denmark, so far we have done allocated budget and done tenders to do stuff, and then we have built the stuff and we have forced people to use it. But the reimbursement in Denmark is slowly changing towards allocating money to prevention, not sick care.
Who is practically deciding about allocating the money into specific digital health services? Is it insurance funds, or is it ministry, or anyone else?
This is a cooperation between the Minister of Health, the regional board, and the municipal board, and the doctors and the nurses.
So there is a committee deciding,
all the stakeholders are engaged, because I totally agree, if the stakeholders are not around the table, nobody will agree on anything. Because
we were touching the DIGA issue before our discussion, that there is one inspiration. This is specifically about the digital therapeutics, not broadly digital health or digital services. But this discussion we will start in Czech Republic. We have to start it, because it is something, once the services will be here, it will be the question if to implement evidence-based assessment, cost-effectiveness assessment, etc. What are the criteria, generally speaking, about to implement or not implement? Are there some criteria which you as a company providing this solution knows upfront before the committee sit around the table?
I know for a fact that if you need anything to work, you need to have the agency that are doing the implementation need to be governed by a board that has stakeholders for all the important parties in the sector. If you only delegate all the job to one government agency, everybody else will oppose it. So you need to put the board together with the stakeholders that agree on a joint responsibility for success. Mm-hmm. Then you have to consider the biggest problem in implementing healthcare IT, which is the doctors and the nurses that are extremely busy and don't really give a damn about IT systems, because they are there to take care of the sick people. So you have to design the operation model in a way that the doctors will be offloaded. In the space of virtual care, I've been doing this for 10 years in Denmark, remote patient monitoring. You need to put a virtual organization to do the monitoring of the patients outside of the hospital to motivate the doctors to support it, so they are not the ones doing the work. So you have to think intelligently and be out of the box in terms of how you construct the mechanisms to facilitate moving forward.
Is there any special agency for doing this stuff of preparing the materials, analysis, etc., data?
Definitely. All the results in Denmark over the last 20 years has been done by agencies that are co-owned, co-paid, and co-boarded by all the stakeholders in the Danish society. So it is the Ministry of Health, it is the regionals, it's the municipalities, the Doctors Association, the Patients Association, and the private associations as well. Everybody's there because they all have to have stake in the game.
Jürgen, your experience for this topic.
Financing is always a crucial thing. So, I mean, in Austria, as I already mentioned, it's these three parties who have financed basically the whole thing. They have a negotiation phase, which is called the 15a-Vereinbarung. That's a very famous word in Austria, which is sort of the balancing of the different financial funds between these three entities. So there they negotiate, how who is investing how much into what, and how do we divide these costs. That's basically how it works in Austria. I mean, what can generally be said is that this upcoming European health data space regulation will come with a lot of funds from the EU to get health information exchange done in a country, because that's actually what the EU wants. And I mean, we must realize that on European level there is really a master plan. This has hand and feet, and I'm involved into this. So what's happening there is something where member states can really trust that that's not a bad thing. So maybe you have heard it, there is the European EHR exchange format, which is a part of the EHDS regulation. There is the MyHealth.eu cross-border health information exchange infrastructure and all of that stuff. And this is all well thought. It all started with EPSOS, and it is a concerted plan moving Europe into a better digital health in general. And with this EHDS, this one crucial step is done now, that from a sort of volunteer doing of each member state, it will become a mandatory doing of each member state. So this will rain down on all of us, and we cannot defend it. But it's not a guideline or a directive, it's a regulation. So we need to do it. And the good thing is it comes with money. So Austria and also Czech and everyone actually is advised to use that momentum and prepare now already for this upcoming regulation, which will be enacted maybe, let's say, in 2 years, something like that, Because then the train starts to move. And the train comes with money, and this money can be used to level up the health information exchange in the member states so that it's finished in 2030, as EU has set a deadline. And I think that's a good, let's say, plan for Austria and for Czech and for everyone to use that momentum to upgrade health information exchange. And the secret purpose behind all of this of the European Union is one more. It's pure economic. Because with this electronic European EHR exchange format, which is, let's say, a European format for a lab report, a European format for a discharge summary, and so on, which actually should replace all of the national forms of it, is opening a market for all of the vendors.
Yeah, the fragmentation of the European healthcare system is the topic. We saw it during the COVID, how unable are we able to exchange information, etc., etc. But simply speaking, if I'm the developer of health application or digital application, getting medical device mark, coming to Austria, wanting to have a reimbursement, who will be deciding about it?
It depends where you are. If you're, for example, a hospital information system, then you of course sell to hospitals and you get paid by the hospitals. And the hospitals in Austria are funded by the provinces.
Yeah.
So it's a little
So they have to decide, hospital manager, if it doesn't make a sense to their, let's say, financial flow, effectivity, quality, etc.
Exactly.
And if it is for outpatient primary care sector, prevention?
Yes, for outpatient, there is always the discussion, the physician's always asking for some, reimbursement or startup funding or perpetual funding of, you know, their digital, let's say, equipment. And this is a constant matter of debate how to do it. You know, I think we're not doing that bad in Austria. It's a mix of, let's say, a one-time funding for, you know, investing into, let's say, the next version of your software, which includes these modules to connect to ELGA, for example. This is done by use case, so there was one funding for connecting, let's say, the physician offices to the e-medication use case. There will be a next funding for connecting it to the clinical, to the e-reporting use case, and so on. So this is carefully divided. And it's complex, and it's also mixed. There is a debate of if we shall introduce, what's the English word for it? You know, that physicians get paid for documenting something digitally, because that's an additional service, actually. I mean, we want to increase the data quality. So we want the doctors to do more, to do better, you know? And there's, of course, a tough negotiation. The one say, hey guys, but this is actually part of your profession. You should anyway document in the optimal way.
We are very familiar with this kind of discussion. And this might be a question to Martin and Barbara. From the Czech healthcare perspective, who should be deciding about what will be implemented into reimbursement package? Is there, Martin, any role for ministry, or it's purely think of insurance funds? And then I would like to ask Barbara the same question.
I think that it's important to start it on the side of ministry and continue in insurance companies, because they are waiting for our instructions or legislation changes, maybe, to have the possibility to finance the quality, the digital way of data, for example, or the tele way of healthcare. It's the same problem, and it will be common part of practice in reimbursement and healthcare, this change, I think. And this is the only way to send the money to primary care, I think, to digitalization.
Barbara, what do you mean?
So we have the Act on Electronization, which is imposing obligations pretty much across the healthcare sector to make health records electronic. But not now, we need to wait a few years. That's the problem. So for now, we have not this obligation. We can have the health insurance companies motivate the GPs or other sectors to make records electronic. That's a way, obviously. But let's take a more patient-centric approach. We are looking at it from the doctor's perspective, but let's have a look from the patient perspective. It is a question of trust. It is a question of better prevention. It is a question of better medical results if patients have access to their health records. It's also about making it accessible to other doctors treating the same patient. And so it's really, why are we thinking so much about doctors? At the end of the day, it's a service. Service paid through our health insurance. Every single person here is paying for the service. The problem is that it's an agency factor, that we did not see it as a direct payment, but we're paying for these services. And if we embrace this patient-centric approach, then really the patient should have full access to it. And then I see a question which is actually in the EHDS regulation, imposing or giving the patients the right to have direct, immediate, free access to their health records. And this is something we do not have now in Czech legislation.
Should patients pay for that? Because I have heard from Ministry of Health the opinion that distant telemedicine, digital health is something which is premium care and should not be reimbursed and paid from out-of-pocket payments. What do you think?
My question is, why do we want to have it as a paid service? First, let's make an assessment if it's saving money and time, and then ask, okay, do we need to pay for it an extra? We're already paying for the health insurance. And you know, we have statistics that in some cases telemedicine is actually saving time on the side of the doctor and on the side of the patient. This is something we do not consider at all. You know, all the waiting times we spend waiting at the doctor's place.
So this is the question about assessing cost efficiency
definitely.
Of each tool and service.
Let's start making informed decisions based on data.
Fully agree with you. There is one question about data. It's on you, Barbara. Data about number of examination is almost impossible to obtain. This is big secret in Czech healthcare. We are talking not about individual data, but about data about the system, how it works, what it produces. Will it change?
I love this question. I love this question. The Constitutional Court said, yes, it needs to be changed. Has it changed since the decisions of the court? No. So the Constitutional Court ruled in January and in March that there is a right of every single citizen to access information. And that concerns also the health data, public health data. That means any public authority has an obligation to disclose this data. For this, we have one specific institution, USIS, which should be providing data based on the Freedom of Act information or under the Act on Healthcare Services or the reference statistics and your reports. This is not really happening because we have some, you know, I would say, tricky provisions in the Act, but the court says, nevertheless, there is an obligation to provide this data, and it will improve our healthcare. So, fully support of the Constitutional Court. This should be the way how it's done. This is the way how it's done in Denmark, in Finland, even in the Baltic countries. But we really need to push for this. And it's really on every single person here, also in the room, or those who are watching this, to ask for data. Only if we ask for data, we will get the data. So ask for the data.
But it will not happen without amendment of legislation, isn't it?
That's not what the Constitutional Court said. The Constitutional Court said, even though this is the provision which doesn't make sense, the data needs to be disclosed.
There is one question on which I would like to build up another part of our discussion. It's about the patient application called Tečka application. During the COVID, there was a national application how to register you as a being vaccinated by COVID vaccines, and you can access different services, restaurants, etc., etc. So this application has been developed, and it was, let's say, quite widespread from the Czech perspective, but then it laid back and was not let's say developed further. And there is an idea coming from the ministry that this application should be the basis of the general health application for everyone, every citizen in Czech health, his gate to record services, etc., etc. Henrik, how it is handled in Denmark? Is there a single healthcare application guaranteed and provided and developed by state, or you can choose regarding to your provider, because there is several healthcare providers in Czech Republic from the private sector providing their own application? How to make a roadmap to be predictable and to go to our target?
To be inclusive. In Denmark, there is the National Health Portal that was launched in 2003, has the medical record for all the people in all the country. And this is an obligation for all healthcare entities to report healthcare data into the central or database, so it can be shown on the portal to all people in the...
So you can access your data through the web application?
Actually, there has an app in front of it as well. So the app gives you everything you need about your healthcare data, your medical records, your prescriptions, your lab results, your referrals, everything is there. But every single hospital has their own system and their own app as well, displaying the same information. So they just have to submit the data to the central government, and then they can build their own app in parallel if they feel this is a better option for them. So there is plenty of apps that are specialized for hospitals and doctors, but they all refer on the same data set that is integrated in national healthcare. So
practically speaking, you can approach your data through the national portal through any provider application if you get agreement, if you give agreement to them. That's the principle. Let's make it on the API first solution.
Actually, all the healthcare actors are punished and you know, ridiculed if they do not comply to the national infrastructure and submit data to the national database. They are described as not compliant, and nobody wants to be not compliant, so everybody does it.
Jürgen, how is provided in Austria? Is there a national application or not?
Yes, we have a national portal. It's maintained by under ELGA. It's one part of ELGA. I mean, the critical thing in these things is always the identification and authentication of the patient. And this is not trivial. And in Austria, this is solved by that every Austrian citizen has let's say technical, it's a certificate. It's an e-government ID if you want. It's combined with our social insurance number. These are connected. And by this ID, you can enter this portal and see all your data. And this is a point, because handling this ID and logging into this with this two-factor authentication, you need to get your certificate at one step. You must go somewhere with your passport and blah, blah, blah. This is a barrier. And I don't know the exact numbers, but not every Austrian has that. So they have the health record, but they cannot access it because they cannot log in, because they don't have these e-tools they need. So that's an issue. But we are trying, you know, to get this e-government ID into the public, into the people, because it's also e-finance and all the e-government stuff is also connected to this. And in parallel, as in Denmark, the healthcare providers maintain some own networks too. For example, you know, I personally am in a laboratory chain and I have and log in there with an own thing, you know, and I see all my labs there. But they are not connected to this, so this is in parallel.
Martin, coming back to Czechia, how it is structured and planned in the National eHealth Act, the access of patients to their health record? Because there is a definition of the backbone, there's a definition of registries, identification, some let's say national access point. But how in the future are expecting patients will be access their data once the eHealth Act will be implemented in 2026, 7, or when?
We prepare 2 ways to access to health data for patients. One is the portal as a center point to healthcare services with authentication and authorization services connected to e-governmental services. So it means, for example, the same way is the access to a citizens portal from government, as will be the access to a patient portal. And the second way is the application Tečka, like a mobile access to maybe very similar set of services provided by government, like immunization, passport, or map of healthcare providers, and at first medical records, reminders, etc.
Jakub, from your personal experience, as a long-term implementator of these digital solutions, how citizens, clients, patients are ready to use these services, and what are the barriers on their side? I can hear very often the skeptical perspective that patients are not ready using applications, etc. So what's your experience?
I think the same, because I think it's related that our medical system is very generous for the people, for the patients. So this is my point of view, that some of them, they are not motivated to be in a healthcare prevention mode, I like the word what you said, that we are in the sick care system, and many patients are used to be in the sick care system. They are not ready to be in the healthcare system, prevention system. And this is something what we need to advocate and again talk to the patient. So I give you example, daily situation. You have patient, you ask him, you don't ask about the pathology, you ask him, what do you want? I said, I'm sick. Okay, what do you want? What do you want to improve? What do you want to change? You tell me. I said, I know what I would change, but what you want personally from me. So, and this is every day the same. Yeah. So, if the patient is not able, and this is not the patient's fault, this is maybe our fault, or maybe the people should be educated about this, that they shall be more responsible. And again, it's on a governmental level, because from my point of view, I'm responsible for myself. Yeah? But maybe government should be responsible for the population, because health population will be more productive. Yeah? So this is question mark. So if I get a patient who is in the mode of like a prevention, what I shall do for myself, they are more looking for their data, yeah? And they are monitoring themselves. But once they are in the sick mode, only treat me, so it's like a passive mode, they don't want to, even though that they have the chance now, because they can look at the application from the insurance company, are providing the access to the health data, and there is a motivation. If they open the application, they got the points, or they can get some money for some preventive care or dental care, sport care, and so on. So even though with this, with those push, they are not using it. So this is the answer.
Henrik, one specific question to you. What proportion of healthcare budget in Denmark goes to prevention? What percentage goes to preventive services? Do you know it? I know that you are not prepared to this question, but
we don't have a healthcare system in Denmark either. It is also a sick care system, and prevention is something that we talk about, but we don't do. And the matter of the fact is that we have applications now. I have an application on my phone that allows me to take my blood pressure with the camera on my phone. And we have had that for years, but it is not utilized because preventive care is still something that cannot be reimbursed because the reimbursement system has not been changed. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of stuff about preventive care, but it's mostly in private hands, not in public space. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. They want to do it, but they don't do it yet.
And there's another question for you from Slido. Can Henrik mention how EHEALTH and telehealth saves money in Denmark?
Yes, I can. I know for a fact, I've been working with virtual care and remote patient monitoring for 10 years. I have a company that develops a platform that has been live and operational in Denmark for 10 years. We have done extensive clinical trials. We have shown that in heart failure, when people are enrolled in remote patient monitoring, we can save 35% of the total cost for the government. And if you have, and I know for a fact, you have 300,000 people with heart failure in the Czech Republic. And like Barbara said, try to calculate, even if it only save 5 euros per patient per day. In Denmark, we save 15 euros per patient per day on this one. 15 per day. In Czech Republic...
You are saving 15 euro per day?
We save 15 euros per patient per day. This is proven in a clinical trial by remote patient monitoring on heart failure. So if we only save 5 euros in Czech Republic per patient per day for only heart failure, not considering COPD, asthma, everything else, just heart failure, 5 euros per patient per day, 300,000 patients currently have it, 50,000 patients get it every year. How much money can we buy for, how much healthcare can we buy for that money? And I think Barbara's point is, let's use the stuff that exists, save money, reinvest it in healthcare, and accelerate the development. And why the hell are we not doing that? It's crazy.
This discussion we are heading to, and I hope we will use your experience during autumn, because this is something which has not started yet, this discussion about cost efficiency and what digital services should be implemented, how, who should decide, etc., etc. So there are 5 minutes left. 1 minute for each of you panelists. Tell us for the very closing session of this discussion, one strongest recommendation to Czech healthcare authorities, what to do for digitization being more fast. Starting from you, yeah, from the left to the right.
So
just 1 point.
Yes, 1 point. So my point is, please see all around the European health data space as a big chance, and not as a threat. It's a huge chance. It's a train which will start to move soon. Please be on this train when it starts to leverage all what comes with it, because I totally agree what was said before. We need to invest into this. There is too less investment into e-health. Everything you invest here pays back in shortest time. And the EHDS is the chance to do that with the support of Europe.
Train is rushing at least 20 years ago in Denmark. Yeah, so yeah. Martin, I know that you are in the tricky position to recommend yourself, I think, but what's your wish list, on the top of your wish list?
My recommendation is to start to use new e-health data standards.
Yeah. Barbara?
My tip is not to the government, but let's take it from us. What we can do, ask for data. Ask for your health records, ask for public health data. We get more transparency.
So be proactive, non-satisfied, ask again your doctors, physicians to be brave, let's say, okay, as a clients, as a consumers.
As a client, but also as a citizen, ask, we didn't see data during COVID, too many people died. If there is more data, there will be more people alive and healthy.
Henrik.
I would say that you have now incoming funds, billions of Czech kronas from the EU to build more than 200 infrastructure projects that has currently been planned and will be executed. This is an excellent opportunity. And what I would encourage you to do is to not only think about data standards and infrastructure and communication, but think about all of this data. In order for this to create value, you need to make systems that benefit the citizens. Infrastructure without citizen systems is like a motorway without cars. You have not the opportunity to build just motorways. You must build the cars as well. You need to make systems that benefit the people, to show them why the infrastructure is important and try it out so you know how it works and can fix it.
And Jakub?
So I would say allow us to use already existing system. We have it, we are able to share. You don't need to make it mandatory, but if there are facilities already able to use and share it, please allow us to share it.
Thank you to all. It was my private experience. I'm really honored and delighted that I had you in the panel, and I hope there is a lot of work in the front of us. And thanks for coming, thanks for your attention from the audience, and have a nice rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic panel. I remember a kind of phrase that blew my mind when I also had the honor of joining the Minister of Health think tank, which is that we should be concerned with people's health, not actually the institution of healthcare. And the digitalization strategies, as well as inspiration from our foreign countries and neighbors, is something that we can definitely look into. And I look forward to the positive changes taking place in not only Czech healthcare. We have a pinnacle of the day coming for us because it is lunch. So please feel free to go grab something to eat. Don't forget to check out next door as well for the exhibition. I see Matthias from CareBot, so that's one of the awesome things that you can go and see there, as well as T-Mobile, Google. There's lots of very, very cool things, so I encourage you to check it out. Also, for those of you who have been invited, there's an economic forum happening now downstairs in a saloon, sounds like from a Western. It's called Economic Forum, Building Skills for a Resilient Cyberspace, and Lucie will be taking you through that. We'll see each other here at 13:50, so make sure to switch on the stream at 13:50 again. Thank you very much to the European Liberal Forum for putting on this fantastic panel. Let's go get something to eat. And also thank you to the partners so that we actually have something to eat. Thank you.
Our children are the most important people in our lives, and their safety is our biggest concern. For many parents, internet safety has always meant telling their children to avoid giving out their personal information and talking to strangers online. But as their children grow, they know much more about technology than their parents, who may assume their children also know the dangers of the internet better. It is not just adults who are vulnerable to malicious information. The risk is even higher with children, as they haven't had the chance to learn how the world around them works yet. It can be shocking if your child starts making rude, stereotypical comments seemingly out of nowhere. Talk to them. Maybe they have online friends with harmful beliefs who introduced those beliefs to your child through YouTube channels or online platforms. These accounts are not just online. Many have been linked to violent groups in the past. Young children may not even understand what they are sharing, but might be inclined to do so, especially if their friends do it too. It is also important to educate your children on how to recognize disinformation before false, malicious beliefs take hold. Keeping your children safe from harmful people and harmful information online is the best way to protect both them and the world around them. With the rise of the internet as a widespread, permanent database, many adults seem to have accepted that their personal information is online and thus have become less cautious about what they post and to whom they talk online. Meet Iona. She works at a marketing firm and doesn't think too much about posting about her weekend, including a picture of her in front of her apartment building. The next month, she meets Tom online. After a few weeks of online chatting, she decides she doesn't want to continue the relationship. Though Tom was quite friendly during their conversations, he is very angry that Iona doesn't want to go out with him. He remembers a conversation in which Iona told him the name of her town and searches her social media until he finds the picture of her building. Using this information, her email and phone number, both of which are on her company's website, he pays a few euros to a website that gives him Iona's address. He goes to Iona's building to talk, but leaves after she threatens to call the police. Luckily, Tom was not violent, but Iona realizes she could have been in significant danger. Later that week, she talked to her friend Isaac, who revealed that something similar happened to him when an acquaintance stalked him online to try and sell him something. Both Iona and Isaac resolved to delete certain things on their social media that could reveal personal information and be more careful about what they say online.
Česká republika patří v Evropské unii mezi země s nejnižším zastoupením žen v informačních technologiích. Přicházíme tak o značnou část talentů na trhu práce, o konkurenceschopnost a obrovský ekonomický potenciál v naší zemi. A ženy, ty se připravují o možnost tvořit digitální budoucnost. I proto jsme v roce 2014 založili organizaci Čekitas s krásnou vizí vzdělávat a zaměstnávat ženy v informačních technologiích. Protože práce, tak jak ji známe dnes, se nám mění pod rukama a bez digitálních dovedností se dnes neobejde vůbec nikdo. Díky našemu vlajkovému rekvalifikačnímu kurzu Digitální akademie jsme vybavili už tisíce žen odbornými znalostmi v oblasti IT a pomohli se jim sebevědomě uplatit v oboru. Už od roku 2016 od první akademie spolupracujeme s českou pobočkou Google na mnoha projektech. Dnes třeba spolu distribuujeme stipendia na kariérní certifikáty v tolik žádaných oborech, jako je UX design nebo datová analytika.
Мене звати Вероніка, я науковець. Я народилася і виросла в Україні, але переїхала до Польщі, щоб вивчати хімію у місті Кракові. Більше 10 років тому я почала працювати в Празі, в Чеській академії наук. В якийсь момент я почала відчувати, що ці нові методи, які ми розробили, ніколи не будуть реалізовані у великих масштабах. І І, ймовірно, всі наші публікації, всі наші патенти не завжди залишаться на папері. Крім того, я хотіла використати ті знання, які отримала під час попередньої наукової роботи. Сертифікат Google Career Certificate був одним із речей, які допомогли мене знайти себе заново. Це все дуже допомогло мені, коли я вирішила подати заявку на роботу в велику IT-компанію. Я дуже зраділа, коли вже наступного дня мені перезвонили, щоб домовитися про термін співбесіди. Google Career Certificate, безумовно, був для мене дуже важливим фактором для отримання цієї цікавої та затребуваної професії на ринку праці. Зараз я працюю з платформами на основі штучного інтелекту, які допомагають компаніям оцифровувати свої процеси. Ще один великий проєкт, в якому я беру участь, це чат-бот, який ми робимо у співпраці з Посольством України. Моє професійне життя повністю змінилося. Я радію цьому, тому що тепер я можу бачити результати своєї праці, а також допомагати людям.
Zájem o technologie a chuť se neustále učit patří mezi klíčové předpoklady k úspěchu na trhu práce. I proto rozšiřujeme nabídku stipendií ke kariérním certifikátům od Google v kybernetické bezpečnosti. Přidejte se k nám v celoživotní cestě ke vzdělávání už dnes.
Я думаю, что наша страна находится в стадии войны, поэтому мы можем много что рассказать общественности, мировой общественности и показать все-таки лицо кибервойны.
A global cyber attack.
We've never seen anything on this scale.
It can travel from computer to computer.
Hospitals paralyzed, computers had shut down.
WannaCry is different. I think WannaCry is a great example of how nation states are impacting businesses and ultimately individuals as well.
We had over 19,000 appointments cancelled, and those are people who are worried about their cancer appointment or their appointment for an operation.
I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, which was the start of the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's a very serious surgery. Wanted my life back. After I'd had my chest shaved at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doctor looked very, not upset, but concerned, shall we say. And he said, we've been hacked. All our systems are down across the whole hospital.
He telephoned me, obviously, and said, it's not going to happen. And he was in shock.
Suddenly we discovered that a bit of our society, a bit of our social infrastructure could be switched off. WannaCry, it was a kind of a warning shot.
The malware crippled computers across Ukraine.
Perhaps the most sophisticated in a series of attacks, taking control of computers and demanding digital ransom. The list of companies impacted around the world is growing.
I think what Matthias represents is not just the evolution of the attack in terms of the methodologies involved, but also the evolution of intent.
Ну, чтобы понимать, что за 2,5 часа, 10 часов утра, пол Украины уже было поражено.
We have TV stations who've been on the air when their computers just died.
You cannot receive cash in ATM machine because ATMs also doesn't work. It was a real shock for Kyiv citizens.
75% of my clients were affected by Peter. Some companies were destroyed totally. They didn't understand why they're losing their job. Everybody is just thinking, we hope this will never happen again, but I'm afraid this will happen again.
One of the objectives in the cyber attacks we face is disruption. To stop operating, to create significant burden to the life of citizens, governments, businesses, where the cost of doing business or recovering is extremely high.
In 2017, a lot was the same. Cyber attacks were happening, they were affecting organisations. What changed was the impact on our lives.
It was the most awful time because I didn't know what was going to happen now.
stop and think about what it means in real terms to real people. It isn't a machine you're affecting, and if it is, maybe that machine's keeping somebody alive.
Ultimately, all of us pay the price when it comes to nations in particular who are attacking each other by using us as the means. What are we doing to come together? If we don't have this conversation now, when it happens and we all retreat behind walls, that is when this becomes a catastrophic event globally. And we need to do everything we can to at least talk about these issues before it happens.
It's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně, jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun, krůček po krůčku, právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně za to systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, které by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i zefektivnění jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je, hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
Digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move and it's great to be here at the conference in that regard here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformaci. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a vůči blahobytu v naší zemi.
Z digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi
Já myslím, že to důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré a zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům a máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, a budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou, nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu a můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zeměmi, které sdílejí stejné hodnoty jako my, tedy se zeměmi demokratického světa.
For the Czech Republic, the transatlantic relationship has been indispensable to our security and defense.
You know, the world is weird sometimes, and I think in this particular case, Russia and China are primary adversaries in ensuring that the world comes out in a better, stronger, democratic place, have focused us again, made us remember what we're really about, and so I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of the alliance.
We will come out of this very bad crisis, a very unfortunate war. We will come out stronger. I think we will come out bigger, not only in the strength, but also in number-wise, with more countries.
I think the future of transatlantic relationship will now be fully defined by the challenges that are ahead of us on both sides of Atlantic, especially due to the war in Ukraine, but also economic and energy crisis.
We will have to set up a strong alliance that will include in itself security, energy security, economic security, and a better way for interaction and prosperity for everybody who thinks of themselves as democratic countries.
I believe that the future of transatlantic partnership goes through better governance models, maybe, why not, even institutionalizing transatlantic relations.
In today's world of new media, distinguishing real information from disinformation is often very difficult. In the past, the source of information was primarily television or print media, but in the last few years, many new types of media have emerged, and with them, the amount of information in the media space. Social networks in particular have become very popular. They have brought us many benefits, but also many risks, such as dangerous disinformation and fake news articles. Once you read them, you may think that no one can actually believe them. Claims about planes spraying COVID-19 virus aerosol in the air and many other conspiracy theories only reinforce the absurdity of these fake news articles. Despite this, there are many individuals who believe these articles and who share them among their peers without checking the source of such information. It's spread mostly via email, WhatsApp, Instagram, or Facebook. Some users read this type of message and share it even further. Not everyone acts in the same way, though. Some people dispute the logic of these articles, and they start thinking about how to disprove them. These discussions are often not friendly and can sometimes lead to heated arguments, especially among family members or friends. This can quickly escalate and disrupt relationships. Still, fighting disinformation and sharing verified information is always worth it. This effort is necessary, though it may not always be successful. Some people will realize their mistake and verify the suspicious information the next time they come across it by checking the sources. The line between information and disinformation is thin, so it's important to always be on your guard. Our children are the most important people in our lives, and their safety is our biggest concern. For many parents, internet safety has always meant telling their children to avoid giving out their personal information and talking to strangers online. But as their children grow, they know much more about technology than their parents, who may assume their children also know the dangers of the internet better. It is not just adults who are vulnerable to malicious information. The risk is even higher with children, as they haven't had the chance to learn how the world around them works yet. It can be shocking if your child starts making rude, stereotypical comments seemingly out of nowhere. Talk to them. Maybe they have online friends with harmful beliefs who introduced those beliefs to your child through YouTube channels or online platforms. These accounts are not just online. Many have been linked to violent groups in the past. Young children may not even understand what they are sharing, but might be inclined to do so, especially if their friends do it too. It is also important to educate your children on how to recognize disinformation before false, malicious beliefs take hold. Keeping your children safe from harmful people and harmful information online is the best way to protect both them and the world around them. With the rise of the internet as a widespread, permanent database, many adults seem to have accepted that their personal information is online and thus have become less cautious about what they post and to whom they talk online. Meet Iona. She works at a marketing firm and doesn't think too much about posting about her weekend, including a picture of her in front of her apartment building. The next month, she meets Tom online. After a few weeks of online chatting, she decides she doesn't want to continue the relationship. Though Tom was quite friendly during their conversations, he is very angry that Iona doesn't want to go out with him. He remembers a conversation in which Iona told him the name of her town and searches her social media until he finds the picture of her building. Using this information, her email and phone number, both of which are on her company's website, he pays a few euros to a website that gives him Iona's address. He goes to Iona's building to talk, but leaves after she threatens to call the police. Luckily, Tom was not violent, but Iona realizes she could have been in significant danger. Later that week, she talked to her friend Isaac, who revealed that something similar happened to him when an acquaintance stalked him online to try and sell him something. Both Iona and Isaac resolved to delete certain things on their social media that could reveal personal information and be more careful about what they say online.
Česká republika patří v Evropské unii mezi země s nejnižším zastoupením žen v informačních technologiích. Přicházíme tak o značnou část talentů na trhu práce, o konkurenceschopnost a obrovský ekonomický potenciál v naší zemi. A ženy, ty se připravují o možnost tvořit digitální budoucnost. I proto jsme v roce 2014 založili organizaci Czechitas s krásnou vizí vzdělávat a zaměstnávat ženy v informačních technologiích. Protože práce, tak jak ji známe dnes, se nám mění pod rukama a bez digitálních dovedností se dnes neobejde vůbec nikdo. Díky našemu vlajkovému rekvalifikačnímu kurzu Digitální akademie jsme vybavili už tisíce žen odbornými znalostmi v oblasti IT a pomohli se jim sebevědomě uplatit v oboru. Už od roku 2016, od první akademie, spolupracujeme s českou pobočkou Google na mnoha projektech. Dnes třeba spolu distribuujeme stipendia na kariérní certifikáty v tolik žádaných oborech, jako je UX design nebo datová analytika.
Мене звати Вероніка, я науковець. Я народилася і виросла в Україні, але переїхала до Польщі, щоб вивчати хімію в місті Кракові. Більше 10 років тому я почала працювати в Празі, в Чеській академії наук. В якийсь момент я почала відчувати, що ці нові методи, які ми розробили, ніколи не будуть реалізовані у великих масштабах. І, ймовірно, всі наші публікації, всі наші патенти назавжди залишаться на папері. Крім того, я хотіла використати ті знання, які отримала під час попередньої наукової роботи. Сертифікат Google Career Certificate був одним із речей, які допомогли мене знайти себе заново. Це все дуже допомогло мені, коли я вирішила подати заявку на роботу в велику IT-компанію. Я дуже зраділа, коли вже наступного дня мені перезвонили, щоб домовитися про термін співбесіди. Google Career Certificate, безумовно, був для мене дуже важливим фактором для отримання цієї цікавої та затребуваної професії на ринку праці. Зараз я працюю з платформами на основі штучного інтелекту, які допомагають компаніям оцифровувати свої процеси. Ще один великий проєкт, в якому я беру участь, це чат-бот, який ми робимо у співпраці з Посольством України. Моє професійне життя повністю змінилося. Я радію цьому, тому що тепер я можу бачити результати своєї праці, а також допомагати людям.
Zájem o technologie a chuť se neustále učit patří mezi klíčové předpoklady k úspěchu na trhu práce. I proto rozšiřujeme nabídku stipendií ke kariérním certifikátům od Google v kybernetické bezpečnosti. Přidejte se k nám v celoživotní cestě ke vzdělávání už dnes.
It can travel from computer to computer. Hospitals paralyzed, computers had shut down.
WannaCry is different.
I think WannaCry is a great example of how nation states are impacting businesses and ultimately individuals as well.
We had over 19,000 appointments cancelled, and those are people who are worried about their cancer appointment or their appointment for an operation.
I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, which was the start of the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's a very serious surgery. Wanted my life back. After I'd had my chest shaved at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doctor looked very, not upset, but concerned, shall we say, and he said, we've been hacked, all our systems are down across the whole hospital.
He telephoned me, obviously.
Across Ukraine. Perhaps the most sophisticated in a series of attacks, taking control of computers and demanding digital ransom. The list of companies impacted around the world is growing.
I think what NotPetya represents is not just the evolution of the attack in terms of the methodologies involved, but also the evolution of intent.
Ну, чтобы понимать, что за 2,5 часа, в 10 часов утра, пол Украины уже было поражено.
We have TV stations who've been on the air when their computers just died.
You cannot receive cash in ATM machine because ATMs also doesn't work. It was a real shock for Kyiv citizens.
75% of my clients were affected by Peter. Some companies were destroyed totally. They didn't understand why they're losing their job. Everybody is just thinking, we hope this will never happen again, but I'm afraid this will happen again.
One of the objectives in the cyber attacks we face is disruption, to stop operating, to create significant burden to the life of citizens, governments, businesses, where the cost of doing business or recovering is extremely high.
In 2017, a lot was the same. Cyber attacks were happening, they were affecting organisations. What changed was the impact on our lives.
It was the most awful time because I didn't know what was going to happen now.
Stop and think about what it means in real terms to real people. It isn't a machine you're affecting, and if it is, maybe that machine's keeping somebody alive.
Ultimately, all of us pay the price when it comes to nations in particular who are attacking each other by using us as the means. What are we doing to come together? If we don't have this conversation now, when it happens and we all retreat behind walls,
In Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník a vlastně, jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme na téhle konferenci.
Awesome, that was a short wait. Thank you so much for running from downstairs. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, hello to everyone on the stream as well. We're back after lunch, which was delicious. I ate like 5 dumplings and now I feel extremely fat, so probably because I am fat, but it's fine. Need to go exercise after the conference is over. But it's not over yet, and we have some fantastic speakers still to see. Just to recap for you, in the morning we had the keynote speakers who were speaking about everything from space into how the European Union works in terms of innovation and digitalization, as well as cybersecurity. We then went deeper into the topic of cybersecurity with a panel discussion, which was followed up by a very kind of energetic discussion, which was hosted by the European Liberal Forum on e-health, which was very interesting, especially from the perspective of, for example, using blockchain and new digital tools to keep patients' data and restructuring the whole administrative leviathan that our healthcare system undoubtedly is. We then had lunch, that was great, and now we're here. And we're here with the VIP talk, Women in Tech, which is happening in just a few short moments. Women in tech is a theme that is being discussed a lot in later years, and I'm very happy that it's something that we can see here at the Digital Czech Republic conference. I would love to invite Kristýna Sedeke, who's the head of marketing from Czechitas, and Eva Pavlíková, the executive director of Česko Digital, to please come join me on the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for coming for this part. Hopefully you had also a great lunch with some dumplings, and hopefully we will wake you up in case you are in this after-lunch blur. As was mentioned, I am head of marketing of organization Czechitas. Czechitas is a non-profit organization focusing on women in tech. IT, it's a question if there is any difference these days, and we are actually focusing on education, meaning reskilling or upskilling women in these kind of skills. I'm very happy for Eva joining me. Eva is CEO of Česko Digitálně. Maybe I will give you the word to introduce your organization a little bit.
Yeah, Česko Digital, we are kind of a civic tech movement, having the technology skills and having help for the government as well for the non-profit, and we have more 6,000 expert volunteers so far from Czech Republic.
Yeah, I think important to say that I never know if I should say Česko Digitálně or Czech Digital, but it's the same,
Czech
right?
Digital or Česko Digital, yeah. But we are here for almost a year, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, okay. However, I know that your organization is focused on a project which actually are governmental related, but not only, right?
Yeah, because we see that we basically help the organization who needs our help with the digital products like websites, like the mobile application, and we can see that there are the common cases for non-profit organization as well for the government, because basically they do not have the right skills how to do the things, or they need to help to understand how to develop the digital things or digital solutions.
Great. Thank you for the info about that. I would like to start at actually the name of this talk is actually Women in Tech. And when I called Eva and we discussed actually what we should talk about here, and I said, you know, I found it interesting that it's women in tech. What does it actually mean, you know? And I have to say that as a marketeer, because as was mentioned, I'm head of marketing and I don't have any mathematical, physical education, or even not so much experience in that, I feel always flattered that I'm included as a woman in tech. But you as a really the hardcore girl from tech, based on your education, based on your actually career, it's what does it mean to you to be woman in tech as a role model?
To be precise, that I was quite surprised that I got this invitation for the panel, because I don't feel like that I'm woman in tech. I feel that I'm someone who is trying to help with the technology and with my skills. I got education in technical university as a programmer, but I never did this job so far, because I got this education because I work for the IT projects. And what I see that it's really different if we are talking about the IT, like the programming, or if we are talking about tech, like the area of the digital products or digital solution. And sometimes I see that the women in tech are most important in non-tech IT positions. Means that the women, they really have the different set of the skills, and that they're really good, for example, in the position of the product designers or the researchers who can really help develop the better solutions. So for me, it's like that's kind of the trendy topic, but at the end, it's important to maybe resize how we think about the digital solutions and how we can use the skills of the women to develop the better solutions.
Do you see from your experience any particular positions? You already mentioned the product designer, but any other positions which you think that actually women from the nature, you know, maybe a little bit stereotypical thinking, but from their nature which are actually suitable for those tech positions?
I would rather say that for me the IT is not to find more women to the programmer IT skills, but for me is about the diversity of the teams. And for the position, as you mentioned, that for example, in our example in Česko Digital, when we develop the digital product, we always put all the team members to the project. So we combine the people from the marketing, from the developer position, from the research, from the project management together. And we can see that this is really the diversity of how we can think about the products. Also, I want to say that the better suits from our experience about the product designers or the researchers, because we can see that the women really sometimes better understand the needs of the users, how they want to use the solution, and how they want to have the feeling from the application. So this is what we really say that the product designer and the researchers are very suitable for the women, better even for the men.
Great, thank you. I don't know if you have that same question often, but we in Czechita sometimes we are approached by companies who would like to support to bring more women, you know, to the field, and they say, you know, we have these open positions, but we just don't have applications from women. You know, what we can do, you know, and is there, from your experience, some tip for those companies? Actually, is it just really about focus on hiring, but is it something more, and how actually they can have more applications?
Really depends on the kind of the company. But what I really like to think about the digital products in a new way, that do not make the same hiring process as we do, because the market is changing. The technologies are more, let's say, accessible for the people. We have many no-code or low-code solutions, so we don't even need to have some hard coding skills. And also what we see that the hiring process, it's still designed for the hard coding, but I would rather suggest to think about the new way, how to even maybe create the teams for the digital solutions, for the technologies. Because from our experience, the woman can really bring the aspect of the cooperation, really aspect to usability of the products, because they even have the sense that it's the application even for the young people, but even for the older people. And I would rather suggest that if you are, as a company, in the situation that you don't know how to hire the people in women tech, ask your colleague what is wrong with this hiring process, and how you can describe the position in a better way. Because sometimes the description of the position, it's done by the men, and they have the different skills, different understanding of the things.
It might seem like a lot of work, you know, to the team leaders or to the companies, because if I understand you right, basically what you are saying is maybe you need to redo the way how you work and to think a little bit differently. And they might say, okay, and is it really worth it? You know, what would you say to them? What are the benefits which they can have as the end of the tunnel of that lot of work of reshaping maybe the culture?
I would say that in Česko Digital, as we work with the volunteers, we don't pay for the work, But we say that then we develop the application because of the purpose, because of the real problem what the people have. And I will say that this is also what I would like to see in the companies, that the build up about the purpose of the system, about the real problem what we are trying to resolve. And then I think then it can also reshape how to work with this. And also how to bring more women is to really understand if it's really needed, for example, to work really on the physical way in the offices. If it's possible to work on the remote things, because I just had a call from my son calling me that if he can go with his friend, and if you are a mom, because I'm the mom, I have two kids, and if you have this call from the kids, you need to immediately sort of the things, right? So I think that it's really about the new perspective, how we understand the needs of the women on the position.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. From our experience, the flexibility, which it's kind of the crucial thing which you need to provide in order to have more women in the team. Because of that, as you said, with motherhood, a lot of things changed. And that's, at least from our experience, the key thing to bring more women is actually to bring really deliver the flexibility. And so, do you see any other aspect besides flexibility, which actually women require?
I think really it depends on the individual needs,
of course.
I would say. But what I see as a common is really to see the problem in the context. Means that if I am, for example, even developer or even the analyst, I would really need to see the things in the context, what is really the problem, and just not to get some particular task not to be done, but to see the things in the consequences. And this is, I think, what we say, that most women want to see the bigger picture of the things, what they're trying to fix it out. And besides of the flexibility, I would rather say that it's about also, for example, how to take care about the kids, because I can give my example of that. I frequently go to some, let's say, events, what they are even in the evening, and still here in Czech Republic it's not so normal that you also get some corner for taking care of the kids. And this is also the thing how I think that it could help to also invite the women in the area, how they can create. And even here could be the place where we can bring the kids. Even then it will be super useful that if can hear us what we are discussing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's I was a big fan last week. There was a conference from Girls for Marketing, and they take this approach very seriously. And I really like that they not only that provide a kids corner, but that it's corner it's amazing. They cooperate with primary schools, and really deliver something what is actually joy for the kid as well. So you don't see guilty as a mom that you don't spend a day outside. You go for the conference, and not that only somebody takes care of the kid. Actually, the kid enjoys that as well and maybe learns something, and it's definitely great. On the other hand, do you see any obstacles maybe which women might face when they start working in tech and might be different, and the team leader maybe should be aware of that?
I would say from our experience, it's not the general things, but the imposter syndrome means that the woman frequently they don't feel good themselves, and it's really important to support them if they even start with some new roles. And for the programming, we can see that there are very many roles they are starting, and you in Czechitas, you are doing excellent job in this field. And I would say this is really important to encourage them to change the things, and even get them some positive, maybe, things how they can support them in the new roles. And it's super important even because the IT, even tech was about the men for many years, and they even can feel guilty if they got, for example, the same role. And as a same different perspective is how we motivate them, because even if you work in the tech organization or telco, it's the mentality that push the people to work harder or push the people to work longer. But from my experience, the women don't work in the way that push harder, things good harder, but really understand what is the obstacles and try to put the barrier out.
Yeah, we always say that, or often say that to work better or harder doesn't mean necessarily longer or more, that actually it's maybe efficiently and etc. I have a few more questions, but I forgot to mention that, of course, there is a Slido. So if you have any kind of question towards me or towards Eva, of course, you can use the Slido, and I will see it here, and I will ask or answer in case it's for me. I have one more question. Do you think that, because I think that women in tech is a kind of buzzword, it became, I don't want to put it down, definitely happy for it, we are cheering for it, but at the same time, I sometimes feel like it's a trendy topic, which a lot of corporations use for CSR programs, and thankfully, at least something. And do you think that we are doing enough, that thanks to all that attention which we have from corporations, government, public, here a lot of people are sitting and listening to us, that it's just a matter of time when we will change it, or is something more required in order to really change it?
I think it's definitely good that we are talking how to bring more women to the tech area, even on just only the IT stuff, but also how to bring them to the tech companies. But what I'm still missing is the why we are doing it, right? If we are doing only because we want to fulfill the roles which are quite empty and there are no any resources, so we need to bring more women to the area, or if we really want to reshape how we deal with the technologies, and that we understand that we also need to have different perspective of the women, how they think about the technology. And also, as we have more solution like the no-code, raw-code, even if you Excel, is it Excel the technology or not, right? It's really, the technology is more accessible. So I think it's the good time to reshape this area. And this is what I'm not sure if we are in this stage, but I would hope so, that we will be in this stage. That it will not be led only by the women, but also will be led by the men, that they even understand to have more women in their areas is also advantage for all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Do you also think that somehow the education systems comes into the picture when we speak long-term perspective, when we really want to do change which is significant, let's say, and we see the difference in 5-10 years, that education system is something what is part of it?
For me, technology is about the mindset, about how we want to use the technology and how we can adopt in our existing cases what we do. And from this case, I would not wait for the education system, but rather to bring more experience to the education system, as well as part of a daily task to use some examples of the technologies which are super accessible, because the technology like, for example, Miro, if you know Miro for the collaboration and for the co-work, you can get your Miro right now because it's very easy, it's very cheap, and you can even use it for the daily work or for the education even in the class. So I would rather use some small examples of the technology right now rather than to wait that the education system gonna be changed.
Yeah, you mean like that there is no necessary subject about ICT, but rather than the tool set is more, let's say, opening minds. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, because we even thought that the IT is someone who is behind the scenes and who is in the black box, but we can see the technologies are every day the telephone is technology, the mirror is technology, even the Excel is technology, and we can see that it's about the daily life, how we can use it for the good things.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I have one more last question, I think, looking at the time. Do you think that there is any particular reason why maybe in technologies or IT the gender gap is bigger than in the other segments, beside from the fact that there is a lack of IT working people? If there is, some kind of soft skill mindset, some kind of barriers which are for some reason, making bigger difference than in comparing to different sectors?
Or we spoke about the different countries. I'm really not sure because in Czech Republic we are excellent in the technologies. We have many startups, we have many technology companies, and we are very good in the technology. But I'm not really sure why we brought this topic so late. I would just can see that I'm very glad that Ivan Bartoš is having this topic as important things. And I think we need to work on the field very time longer. And what can also help us, and maybe it's the disadvantage of the Czech Republic that we are very closed for the inspiration from other countries, right? Mm-hmm. Because the Czech Republic, we are not so used to get the best examples from other countries and adopt them. We are looking for the other countries, but we still think, oh, this is the idea, but we definitely have the different case in Czech Republic, so we can adopt. Yeah. And this is I think that could be the cases that this is could be the reason why we are so late with this topic.
Yeah, I have the same experience that sometimes we feel like we are too special to adopt some kind of best practice. I have here one question which goes back to companies. Is there a list of companies that genuinely subscribe to women in tech? If there is I understand that question, if there is I guess, some particular companies who actually do go for it more than the average. I hope I understand it correctly. In case you wave your hand and can correct me. I do have a few in mind, who from at least Czechita's experience are kind of approaching us and debating with us. A lot of them are banks. CSOB Bank is one of the, or these are just two which cross my mind.
I don't have any list in my mind, but I think that the easiest way to ask the companies if they are ready for the woman in tech, and also which can also give us the better view, for example, to check out the management of the company, right? If in the management of the company they have the diversity of the management, or they are still have a quite just in case. So I don't have any list, but sometimes with the list is wrong that it's only because of the not the marketing, but the visibility. But we really need to understand if it's really about the marketing way, or is this the way that the company feels from their own. So I would rather suggest to, if you are, for example, interviewing in the company, let's ask them, right?
Yeah, for sure. To wrap it up, because our time is up, we often say that it's not about, it's important, but it's not only about how many workers you have who are female, but also the way how you think, how you actually work, the way what you were describing, the way how you are open to new solutions, to the new skill set, and not only about how many actually people you have, how in your HR team or in your tech team or developers team, etc. I will open it if there is any other question. I don't see anything in Slido, and as I said, our time is up, so I will be wrapping it up. Evie, thank you so much for your shares, opinions, and experience. And if you will have any further question, I think you can find us in foyer, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for a fantastic panel. You've been great, and I wish you all the best of luck in pushing forward. We are moving now swiftly but surely into the next panel, which is organized by the European Liberal Forum, Defense in the Age of Modern Technology. defense, territories, all of these things are being redefined dramatically with the setting of new technologies and the digitalization of the world around us. There's a whole new space that we need to protect, the cyberspace. And as we've seen in the conflict of Ukraine, both the digital and the physical aspect of war can be very challenging and very tough. To speak about the defense in the age of modern technology is a roster of fantastic speakers who I wish to invite up here on the podium with me. And Boris Galiski, the Director of Operations for Prague Security Studies Institute, will be taking the panel. Please come join me. Welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you.
One, two. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, as said, my name is Boris Galiski. I work for Prague Security Studies Institute, a policy think tank that deals with security education, space security, disinformation, and regional security. It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation to moderate the panel, and I would like to invite my fellow panelists and colleagues to join me here. First of all, I would like to apologize to General Petr Schneidarek, who was called by the minister to attend some important defense-related governmental relations, so he will not joining us. And so I would like to invite Dr. Margarita Konajev, Wojciech Bahenský, and Francesco Capelletti. Have I pronounced it okay? Thank you. And I would like to ask if Dr. Kimberly Kagan is also with us online. Do we have sound as well? Good morning to DC, I guess.
Good morning.
Hello, welcome. So, let me please sit down. So, let me start with a little attempt for an introduction. We face the reality of war, and we have to address several challenges and figure it out. We have to support Ukraine, ideally with all we can, so money, equipment, training, information, know-how, so that Ukraine can protect its citizens, it can liberate its territory, and if you play with the question how much of the territory, I can say for myself that all of it, as soon as possible. For our homework here, let's say in our NATO countries, we need to recapitalize, re-equip, restock, and fill the ranks of our militaries, not only vis-à-vis Russia, but also vis-à-vis the competition with an increasingly assertive China. And while we can discuss about the right adjective to China, China is not wasting the time here and building up its military, its intelligence, its economic influence and capabilities for a potential conflict. A key component of all this build-up for us and for China is overcoming the West's advantage in, we call it at this conference, digitalization, and we can break it up in semiconductor production, the array of various magic algorithm we talk about as AI. We can talk about integration of various sensors, communication and processing data, and all these things are networks and networks of networks. Then when designed and used, ideally, used right, make our tanks, ships, cannons, howitzers, you name it, much more than the sum of the individual systems they normally are. What these digital tools should do, it should make our weapons shoot faster, further, more precise. Our soldiers should have better informations to make better decisions under huge stress, quicker decisions, and for example, it should keep our armies better supplies, and the task for our part of the world is to keep this advantage going and to increase it. And as my role is not to ramble my ideas but ask good questions, I stop here and I would like to invite our first guest, Dr. Kimberly Kagan, the founder and president for the Institute for the Study of War. Dr. Kagan, it's a pleasure to talk to you and to have you at the panel. I would like to thank you for all the meticulous and invaluable work that your institute was doing throughout the conflict. I believe I read almost everything I could from your institute. For many, many days, it was the first thing I read in the morning. So please, could you give us your take on digitalization, your take on the lessons we learn in Ukraine, and also the lessons that we should, or how to say, could you maybe distinguish between the lessons we should be learning and the lesson that we should not learn, because this is not something that creates an overall picture. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for welcoming me virtually to this impressive conference and to this impressive conversation. There are several things that I think are very important as we consider the future technologies as applied to modern warfare and the war in Ukraine in particular. And I'd actually like to start with the war in Ukraine. And we must be extraordinarily careful trying to draw lessons from the Ukraine conflict about what future war will look like. We want to, we need to, and we can do so with great care. But we must start by remembering that the war in Ukraine is a war that began as a surprise to both sides, including the aggressor that initiated it. Russia had prepared for a 3-day show of force that would lead to surrender and regime change without a major conventional war. And as a result of that, Russia failed to prepare. Russia did not mobilize its military, its defense industrial base. It fought a war of choice for which it did not actually train. And so there were a suite of capabilities and opportunities that the Russians might have had that they did not bring to bear because they expected a different conflict. And there were capabilities that we thought that the Russians might have, for example, their cyber capabilities, but they did not actually bring these systemic effects to bear. The Ukrainians likewise had underprepared for this contingency, but because they had been taking the war that the Russians had begun in 2014 much more seriously, they were able to respond, but they were still unprepared, ill-equipped, and mid-transformation of their forces and surprised. And so what we're seeing in Ukraine is not a war of two modern forces that have fully prepared for conflict, but actually two forces that have been surprised by conflict. Nevertheless, there are some interesting changes on the battlefield that I think we can draw and must draw. I'll put a few out there now, and we can talk about the rest in future. One technology that is having a profound effect on the battlefield that is hard to see from the open source, and so we can't really talk about it in our reports at ISW, is electronic warfare. We know from discussions that this is having profound effects, but we can't actually pinpoint what they are. A second technology that has really emerged in this war as being vital to the security of free peoples is missile defense. Missile defense is essential, and it requires greater investment and deployment by our alliance and by our individual countries. So I think these are two important lessons that we might take, and as we look at missile defense, we may actually be seeing an era in which long-range strikes are no longer possible. And so we can talk about that in questions. The next thing I'd like to say is just about what technology can do in warfare generally. A single technology or suite of technologies does not change the conduct of war all at once. And I think we're seeing that on the battlefield in Ukraine. There are legacy systems, there is unevenness of application. And that is true now, and it's true throughout history. If we take one of the most important revolutions, technological revolutions in 19th century warfare, the development of the railroad, we can actually see some of this unevenness. The Railroad Revolution brought a revolution in the way European armies mobilized. And it brought German armies to Austria in 1866 and to France in 1914, but then the armies actually moved on foot. Quick-paced mobilization was then followed by old-fashioned warfare, enhanced in 1914 by rifles, machine guns, and light trucks. But still, in many respects, old-fashioned warfare on foot, not that different from Napoleonic armies a century further. And the reason I think that's important is that we're seeing that unevenness on the battlefield now in Ukraine. And we actually must continue to recognize that we will not be in an era of instant transformation of warfare as new technologies come on board, whether we prepare for those conflicts or not. We are going to see unevenness, and the rate of technological change is going to be limited by the rate at which specific groups of humans, armed forces, and states can absorb and use those technologies. And we see that with the Russians. The Russians have a problem, for example, executing dynamic precision targeting. And that is less a limit of their technology than a limit of their capabilities in doctrine, organization, training, materiel, leadership, personnel, and facilities. And so we must make sure that we focus, of course, on acquiring new technologies that can give us battlefield advantages, but we must not lose sight of the organization, training, and leadership that are some of the common advantages that we have as free societies and as an alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kagan. Thank you for your introduction, for pointing out that there's still a lot of things we don't know, like electronic warfare, that some of the capabilities that the West possessed are now challenged, like getting our precision weapons on long range. Thank you for the important point that legacy things are going to meet modernity, and we cannot predict what environment will be permissive to what degree of combination of these things. And at the end, there is the human factor, how we can absorb all the technology and how we can use it. So I guess we have many questions that we could work with, but first I would like to go to our next speaker, Dr. Margarita Konaev, who is Deputy Director for Analysis, Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Tech. And I believe you also will give us a reality check of what is AI, what is the modern technologies, and what can be actually used in the modern battlefield.
Yes, thank you, Boris. I just want to say thank you to the audience that has persevered to the middle of the second day. You're a small but mighty group, and we are honored to have you here listening to us. When I started, so I work at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, which is a think tank linked to Georgetown University, which focuses on the relationship between security and emerging technology. And for our first couple of years, we focused predominantly on artificial intelligence and understanding what kind of impact it's going to have on national and international security. So when I started there about 4 years ago, my first big project, it took about a year, my first big research project, was focused on trying to understand what is the US military doing in artificial intelligence? What sort of research and development investments the US military is making? And what are the purposes that it's hoping to, what are the capabilities it's hoping to enrich, to augment, to accomplish essentially through these investments in artificial intelligence, and we also looked at autonomy. So I was entering this space of tech. I come from like an international security background, but less tech, so I was a little relatively new to this field, and I have to say that I was amazed by the level of hype that was around artificial intelligence for military applications. It seemed that 95% of the conversations at that time, whenever you started talking in the public space about military applications of AI on autonomy, the conversation immediately veered to killer robots and lethal autonomous weapons, which are, of course, important topics to discuss, but by no means are the only pathways in which militaries can adopt and use artificial intelligence and autonomy. And because of that focus, there was a lot of attention being paid to what is going to happen when AI presumably shuffles away humans from the battlefield, removes humans from the decision-making process, and just essentially takes over all the major decisions when it comes to targeting and when it comes to really fighting the war. And as a result of that, all of the attention and all of the air in the room was essentially going to this killer robot conversation and AI replacing humans on the battlefield. So after a year of studying this topic, of looking into budgetary documents of the US military, we found that the majority of the basic, applied, and advanced research of the US military was in fact focused on human-machine teaming, on ways that humans can collaborate and integrate and work together with intelligent machines, as opposed to ways to displace, remove, or otherwise get rid of human decision-making and human capabilities. What the US military, and presumably a lot of other modern militaries are interested in, is how do these emergent modern technologies can augment their existing capabilities and make up for existing weaknesses. They're not interested in removing human decision-making from the battlefield or human presence from the battlefield. So that was point one. A lot of the focus was on human-machine teaming. Point two, a study came out of the US government, GAO, Government Accountability Office, in 2021 that looked into about 685 or 81, 680 something AI-related projects that the US military was working on. And that study explicitly said that the absolute majority of any sort of AI for battlefield applications was very much in its rudimentary research and development stages. That technology was not battlefield ready. It was not tested in operational conditions. It was not assured or reliable or proven ready to go. This was 2001. And that was the general impression, even though you heard a lot about it. You heard about testings of AI Copilot. You heard a lot about, DARPA efforts to promote swarms, all sorts of really interesting, exciting projects, but fundamentally very early in the game, and no guarantee that they were going to be operational or reliable at any point. Then came the war in Ukraine, and the conversation about what AI is doing on the battlefield in Ukraine got even dumber. I'm sorry, but it was a moment of frustration. There was a lot of attention into how drones were being used. So I think a lot of us that are in the room are aware that the majorities of drones, the absolute majority of drones that are used in battlefield conditions are remotely operated. They're not autonomous. They don't do anything on their own. They're basically driven by humans who may be miles and miles apart, but they are not autonomous by any means. So the conversation once again veered into autonomous weapons on the Ukraine battlefield. There was even other reports about the Ukrainian military using AI-enabled facial recognition to identify the bodies of Russian soldiers in order to then, use that information to contact their parents, and as part of a psychological warfare kind of attempt to get the population against the war. Facial recognition technology is already problematic. The notion that you can apply facial recognition technology to a body that died in the battlefield is obscene. But that example was brought up in every single article about modern technology on the battlefield. So that was in the early stages of the war. Now, about a year and a half in, we get a better sense of what is actually being done with artificial intelligence on the battlefield. And I have to say, even for somebody who's quite skeptical about the progress of this technology, we are seeing really interesting and potentially impactful developments. But those developments are predominantly happening in the intelligence space, in the intelligence processing, and importantly, in the intelligence fusion space. So that is perhaps the biggest breakthrough in what AI-enabled technologies and capabilities are doing in Ukraine, and is that focus on how you collect data and information and intelligence from different sensors, pull it together, and very, very quickly identify the information that you need out of it. And then, by the way, that kind of pulling and analyzing and identifying is not often being done by the Ukrainians themselves of the battlefield. A lot of it is being done outside of Ukraine. That said, that information is then conveyed to the Ukrainian forces on the ground that can use that intelligence for targeting and for hitting Russian positions. This is vital. That advancement is really, really important. It's important because it provides for faster decision-making in the ground. And as Dr. Kagan was saying, on the one hand, we got to be careful about the lessons that we're learning. At the same time, we've been talking a lot about how speed is fundamental in modern warfare, and speed in decision-making feeds speed in operations. So the ability to process and fuse intelligence data through the use of AI applications is a major breakthrough. But guess what? It's not a killer robot. It's just a software. Thank you.
Margarita, thank you very much. Thank you for pointing out that we have to follow the money. So whenever we talk about this and that, robot AI is going to revolutionize warfare, we have to look how much money was actually thrown at the problem, and if it was thrown at it effectively. Also thanking for pointing out the human-machine teaming. I believe that's a topic we should also focus on later on in the debate. I now would like to give the word to Wojciech Bachensky, who is working in the Department of Security Studies at the Charles University as a researcher, and has also done important work in mapping the conflict, especially in the early days. Vojta, please.
Okay. No, great. Thanks. I will be a boring academician here, possibly, and will try to step back from the issue a bit. I put a lot of thought on what can I tell you about digitalization, because I'm hardly an expert on the subject. And I felt it's important, possibly for your benefit, to clarify a bit that we are talking about several quite distinct issues. In one sphere, we need to think about how is the environment in which we are operating as a defense forces or nations are supplying defense is changing by modern technologies and digitization. This means not only that civilian sector obviously is depending to a larger and larger degree on the digital infrastructure, but it also means that militaries, to the degree to which they depend on civilian infrastructure to operate, are becoming vulnerable through this. And it also means that obviously there is a greater threat surface in this area for which we need to provide defense. And this is quite separate from the other issue, which we touched upon already, which is use of digitization in the military infrastructure and defense provision. But even there, I would still try to separate two issues. Because as my previous speaker noted, we tend to focus a lot on this really first line of the contact use of modern technologies. And we are often even get quite fascinated by that, even possibly to a point of some fetishism about how really our technological superiority is providing our edge, whereas I would still hope that it's mostly training and that is providing the edge to Western forces. Anyway, I think it's important to look also on the other side, and I'm glad that Dr. Kagan mentioned railroads as an important invention, because I think we are underestimating to what degree digitization is also important at home front, we could say. Because, and I think maybe war in Ukraine highlighted that a bit, but the military force on the front line depends on a huge infrastructure going all the way back to the factories. And digitization has, I think, great potential and possibly greater potential behind the front lines. It can serve quite well to facilitate mobilization of resources. It can provide greater situational awareness on what resources the nation has at its disposal. It can also serve quite well in mobilizing the society and its resources more at large. After all, I believe we've seen in Ukraine quite large participation of citizens in identifying actual Russian movements, especially early in the war. On the other hand, then we can see the application of this digitization and modern technologies at front lines. And there, obviously, it's a huge force multiplier, as Boris hinted in his opening speech. But at the same time, I think there are a few cautionary notes, or it's important to make them, let's say it so. First is, do we have something we're multiplying? Because I think often, especially European militaries, are quite bare bones, and we need to be careful about not becoming over-invested in extremely technologically advanced but essentially non-existent forces. There is a sort of aphorism that you can cyber your way across the river, and I think this applies really, that we might find ourselves with a lot of force multipliers but nothing to actually move us across. A second point I would make is that we need to do a lot of thinking about when the technology is ready for use, which is again following my previous speaker, but also think about how resilient this technology integration will be in face of countermeasures, and we've seen in Ukraine that Russians are getting increasingly adept at countering, at least at the tactical level, some of the innovations brought by Ukraine, but also how resilient integration of these technologies will be to attrition. And attrition both in terms of losing qualified operators or needing to renew the force with much less trained personnel, but also obviously attrition of the system themselves and how much our industry is capable of actually resupplying this really modern technology in quantities to provide some significant leverage. And last note I would make is on one thing which I think is underestimated in the advantages of modern technology. It generally makes logistics much easier. Because if you are transporting precision-guided artillery rounds, they are just as hard to transport as colloquially dumb artillery rounds, but they will replace, in their effect, a lot of these dumb rounds. So I think this is one more point. I know I haven't provided answers. I provided, I hope, some good questions, and I'm afraid that's the best I can do.
Well, thank you, Vojta, for challenging my assumptions. I'm the type of moderator that throws a few cliches in the beginning and then have them split into pieces. But anyway, thank you very much for pointing to the home front. I believe where digitalization will be most important is the war for hearts and minds and for the society and their cohesions in case of conflicts. And also the fact that we still sometimes are forgetting on the hardware. It's also like an aphorism, it's not important what we fight the first 10 days with, but maybe the next 2 years or 1 year, or basically when all the fancy stuff is broken. So thank you, Vojta. And our last speaker, or last introduction, is Francesco Cappelletti, Senior Policy and Research Officer at the European Liberal Forum. Francesco, please, your insight on this.
And thank you to the other speakers, because it was very interesting, not only to speak in these occasions, but also to listen. So I will focus on the second part of the question, that is, how much of a threat can be the digitalization in defense? Well, I'll give you some numbers. There is, I think that we passed 8 billion people connected, 8 billion people now alive, of which roughly 70% are using smartphone and are connected. This has happened relatively in a short period of time, if you think of history. And if we think, and if we want to talk about defense and security, we have to think about international relations theories, so, from Thucydides on. I'm personally from Italy, Florence, so for me it's also Machiavelli, giving sense of reading the situation. And I think that the threat is potentially very huge, but there are different kind of threats. Because a threat that is posed by traditional warfare scenario is not the same threat that potentially AI misused or implemented, unlawfully in the warfare context can potentially be. I say that this rather short period of time, because now we're speaking about connectivity and digitalization. Let's remember that the first internet network was ARPANET, developed in the US, was in 1972. Personally, I wasn't born in 1972. Only in 1990, the CERN developed the World Wide Web, WWW, that we are using every day, and domain name systems and so on, with the same technologies that were developed. So, and now the so-called innovation cycle that we are living has led us to think about artificial intelligence driving, instead of us, a drone to hit a target in a warfare scenario. So it's, 120 years ago, the wars that were happening in this same continent were with not even cannons, maybe only horses and swords. So, well, some cannons, yes, yeah. But still. And the domains of warfare have expanded. So there is 5 domains comprehensive of cyber, space, and air, land, and sea. Maybe there is a 6th domain coming, the AI domain, so the AI will shape so much warfare in the future, let's see. But in my opinion, we still can use some takeaway from the international relations main theories to analyze the situation, which brings us to basic concept on defense and how to apply technology in this context. For sure, I heard about distinct issues and domains and resilience, and that's what we need. But if we want to, make a specific discussion about what Europe needs to very quickly adapt to this new reality and maybe thinking about a new European security architecture. I know someone might disagree because we also have NATO, but it doesn't mean that there should be something different. Europe can learn from NATO best practices and be creating best practices in digital domain in cooperation with NATO. And that was just to follow up, because it was the note that I was taking when inspired by your conversation. One thing that has been addressed this very morning so for me now to speak about it, it's a bit, I won't be the same level of the chief of the European Union Space Program Agency that spoke this morning, because space is indeed a new domain that has been extensively exposed during the war in Ukraine. I mean, all of you mentioned monitoring and support that space gave to Ukrainians on the battlefield, and its important role in giving communication, providing communication systems at the front line. But what is fascinating, in my opinion, and maybe we should think about and discussing later, is also the impact, since space is borderless and so on, a bit like cyberspace, that commercial satellites have been used for providing connectivity, not only Starlink, which is the most famous constellation that we have to access internet by satellite, on the front line to Ukrainian soldiers so that they can keep in a situation where was not the infrastructures were damaged, the radio infrastructure on the ground, they could keep being connected and coordinate. So communication and could use commercial satellite imagery for mapping military activities. So these things are, in my opinion, very, very important in the information domain of warfare. And I think when it comes to Europe, I got a bit inspired this morning. I think that we should cooperate even more on this issue, because it's something, given the number that I said before, like 70% of people, and is increasing, connected with a smartphone which is using these services, We are using them for finance, we are using them for healthcare. Satellites are used for agriculture, are used for disaster recovery. This week in Italy we had a tremendous flood, nothing compared to warfare, but it was a tremendous flood that damaged many cities, and the satellites could, you know, help managing the rescue and situation. So it's in real case very, very important. And I think that coming up with this kind of space program and structured approach, also having a secured, by definition, space system is fundamental. And you should do anything you can at a political level, at a scientific level, sharing knowledge level. And it's one of the you know, impact that the war negatively had on this discussion about space is also about the scientific cooperation, because as you know, since 1975, when there was the first launch, the Apollo-Soyuz test launched by the Soviet Union and NASA, in the US, they have been cooperating extensively in space exploration, and many things have been changing after the war. I mean, I know it's something completely not focused on the warfare, but still, this kind of diversification in the supply chain and how the services are provided should also lead us to the conclusion that we need to diversify and be a bit more autonomous in these very important systems, because we cannot be dependent. I mean, we saw the same during COVID for microchips, where we could not get simply a new car because China was blocking the export because of the lockdown, and the same is for satellites. I know that it seems somehow that we don't see this intangible fifth dimension like cyberspace, or fourth dimension like space, but it's always with us. I mean, this very moment where we are talking in our pocket, our phone is using positioning, and our applications are exploiting these services. So I think that this is a discussion that we should have, and securing space, cyber securing space, because we are connecting and using it for industry is very important. I will not bother you with the, you know, the encryption, assessment, intrusion detection, all the technicalities about cyberspace, but I think that is something that is increasingly important. And if we ever will think about discussion on the European Union Army, I think that this should be one of the priorities. But maybe you have a different opinion.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you for pointing out space, its importance. Thank you for pointing out the importance of civilian technology and civilian capabilities, which are very dominant, especially in this conflict in Ukraine, when we talk about what is actually tech, software, and how it affects the conflict as a whole. So as a first round of reaction, I would like to ask our panelists if they have any questions to each other or any remarks. If not, I would like to point now to the civil part, or the information domain. Not only Dr. Kagan, do we have you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So just a technical note, what you have seen was the QR code for Slido. So if you had time to look at it, you can use it to pose questions to our panelists. And let me get back to it. One thing that was very dominant, especially in the early parts of the war, is how Ukraine could dominate the information space, especially how they won the support around the world. And I would say it was a strategic achievement in the war. And maybe I would like to ask you for your reactions to this and how important the information domain is for future conflicts, and maybe how our governments, our militaries, and if we talk about the whole of society approach to defense and security, how we could or should think about it. And Dr. Kagan, maybe I would ask you to start with a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We at the Institute for the Study of War just finished a joint project with IBM and its Center for the Business of Government on information warfare and its importance to current and future conflicts. In fact, as we think about the various domains of warfare, we at the Institute for the Study of War think that information is actually a domain of warfare. And we can have many arguments about what that means, but here are some key ideas and facts. First, one would have thought that the Russians would dominate the information space and the way in which capitals from Kyiv to Europe, to the United States, and around the world actually thought about the war in Ukraine. And indeed, the Russians were trying to dominate the narrative. And one of the most important things I think that we saw at the beginning of the war is that the United States, Ukraine, Europe worked together to remove the capabilities or the narrative that the Russians wanted to generate. Namely, the Russians were trying to articulate or make the case that the Ukrainians were provoking the war and actually used military force or tried to use military force for false flag operations in order to create the impression in the world that the Russians were actually defending against a Ukrainian aggression. This was false, but it is something that the Russians tried to create in circumstance, in policy, and in the way that they actually conducted military and intelligence operations. One of the most remarkable parts about the way the war began is the pre-bunking campaign. Pre-bunking, not debunking, of Russian information operations, by which I mean the release of intelligence that the Russians were actually trying to conduct these false flag operations in advance of these operations, so that the Russians did not actually go into the war having created the narrative that the Ukrainians were the aggressor. In fact, it became clear that the Russians could not enter the war with the narrative that they had wanted, but had to invade boldly with naked aggression. And we saw that in Putin's announcement of the commencement of hostilities, in which he unmasked himself as an aggressive actor. I bring this to the forefront of discussions about information because it is so important to recognize that we, free societies, the United States, Europe, NATO, the EU, have to compete against autocracies that seek to dominate the way we as capitals or our publics actually understand the world around us. In some respects, and one of the conclusions of the report that ISW recently published is that information is to policy, like terrain is to warfare. And we have to be able to visualize it, maneuver around it, and recognize that it's pervasive, and not ignore it and think that it's separate from the kinetic parts of war, but rather recognize how integral it is to public perception, to our strategic success, and also, of course, to the ways our adversaries are trying to set us up in advance of their own aggression. Let me stop there, and thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. Would someone else like to pick up the question? Vojta?
Okay, I'm a bit partial on this subject, and I'm aware that I'm out of mainstream a bit on this, but I think for first thing, it's important to distinguish between information domain as in availability of information, intelligence, and at this elite level, where I think Russia was thoroughly penetrated before the war, and it allowed really, especially the United States and United Kingdom, but other countries, to effectively prevent any false flag operations Russia might have done. And the other level, which I think is much more discussed, at least in Central Europe, which are the influence operations. And there I think there is a lot of anxiety about this, but if anything, I think the invasion showed how limited tool it actually is. Because I think it highlights that the space for some maneuver in this area is distinctly limited when the facts on ground are as they are, right? Because invasion of Ukraine with all the war crimes that happened generated a lot of sympathy, which I think was quite independent of Ukrainian information operations, right? Because people are generally sympathetic to victims of war crimes, and I think that's the right way for things to be. And for Russian propaganda, then to try to convince those people, once their minds are set, is extremely difficult. And I think their success was actually quite limited. Obviously, as the time passes and economic situation worsens, the opportunities arise elsewhere. But I think the opportunity to convince, no, Russia is actually a good guy and we are liberating there somebody, is never going to succeed. In the same way that Russian propaganda in Baltic countries actually never achieved very much, especially when we are now speaking about the majority of populations there of Baltic countries, right? Because those people know where they live, they know who's next doors. The same with Finland, right? So this was just my perspective on this, and I think that as much as it is important, it's actually, I think, not as powerful tool as it is. One more point, which I think is important. Even though we often speak about the global alliance against Russia, we need to recognize this is actually not that global, right? There are a lot of countries in global south, India, which has, they are not necessarily friendly to Russia, but they are way more pragmatic. And obviously, given the fact that they have no clear stake directly, as Europe has, or they have no affinity necessarily for Ukraine as a liberal democratic country, as a lot of Western democracies have, they are quite pragmatic about the issue. And obviously there, some battle of narratives and propaganda, therefore, can be much more successful because the people haven't made their minds about this.
Can I agree with a lot of what you're saying, that when you're in a conventional warfare and the people who are bombing you into the ground and erasing your cities are trying to, do a hearts and mind campaign, that's probably not going to work. I think that raises important conversations about information operations, influence, and disinformation in the context of large-scale conventional warfare. At the same time, I think it also revealed and kind of highlighted the vulnerability of certain democracies that were affected by Russian disinformation campaigns and influence campaigns during peacetime for them at least, and the reasons why those campaigns worked was because effective targeting of existing divisions in society and the manipulations of them. So I think at the same time that we learned that there's a truth on the ground that you cannot, influence your way around, we've also learned that if you effectively use disinformation to, amplify existing fissures and problems, it can work in open societies. And also the other point that I think is important here is that those disinformation and influence operations had a cumulative effect to a point where right now in Western countries, I agree with you, it is a Western alliance, it's not a global alliance, but right now in Western countries, there are powerful voices, predominantly on the right, but also on the left, that don't need Russia propaganda anymore. They are simply regurgitating the points that they've learned a couple of years ago about Ukrainian corruption, about NATO expansion, about Russia under threat. The pieces and bits of disinformation that were planted 3, 4, 5 years ago are now bloomed on Fox News. So I think that's important to understand that.
Thank you very much, Vojta. Would you like to react?
Sorry?
Would you like to react, or if not, then Francesco?
Yeah, just no. Thank you for bringing up this very topic. I love it so much. I think that when it comes to reality, And if you think about the Ukrainian president and how they not only won the information warfare, at least on the level of society, but they didn't let it happen, despite these small things that, you know, these seeds that were planted in the past on the specific Western mainstream channels. And that was the goal, because you're not forget that we're not talking about information in the sense of social media, we're talking information operations, so information valuable to operate in the warfare scenario. So to give him some technical advantage, which as a result become a critical advantage. Even the Russians are saying, oh, Putin wanted to demilitarize Ukraine, now it's the best equipped country in the world in terms of military equipments. They have everything top technological to counter the system. This has been the core mission, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, of the Ukrainian anti-propaganda, anti-Russian propaganda. But this targeted to specific states, as you said. And how, on the other hand, if you apply basic game theory, Russia is seeing at the world as they are the bear. You know, there is the eagle on the other side of the Atlantic, I'll let you know, the US. Then there is the dragon, China. There are non-aligned countries like it has ever been during all the Soviet time. And then there is the chickens, the Europeans, towards whom to throw all the, you know, internal mainstream propaganda. They want to destroy us. And that's very limited scope compared to what Ukraine did, if you think about it. Because it's an inner scope, then okay, you can go to, Putin can go to speak to South African countries, Latin American countries that are not necessarily aligned, to India to a certain extent, because India is saying, okay, but guys, you are importing Russian gas, we are not importing Russian gas, you in Europe imported until the end of the... That's the, you know, okay, that's the pragmatic approach we were talking about. But on the other hand, if we talk about how the world is divided, it is simply not divided. For Russia, it is just an internal propaganda machinery. Of course, it would be nice to start politically working, I mean, in terms of activism in the European Union against those little parties that are still, you know, going after this rhetoric. But I think that these situations, for me, the information domain has been also reshuffled as the critical, you know, as the usual terminology. If you think about the US field manual for F12, if I'm not wrong, but maybe you can correct me, they divide electronic warfare, info operation, cyber operation, you know, it's very well divided, and that's why you were very right, Wojciech, when you had different fields to different means. For them, it's just informazione vojna, how they say, no, information warfare, anything fits inside. Cyber warfare, propaganda from the Russian, cyber attacks, manipulation of information. So this is the situation, in my opinion, and I don't know what's happening next. But for me, so far, they achieved the scope for what they could in Ukraine. With the communication, at least, campaigns.
Thank you very much. So I guess we have two positions. Maybe one reality check is that we're still limited to wage information war against Russia. And we, I think, still have to increase the resilience of our societies. And maybe that would be kind of, if Rita would not step in, I would ask Vojta, like, if the result was limited because there is a limit to information warfare, or if the result was limited because we had like some 10 years of information warfare, intensive information warfare from the side of Russia, and our societies were to some extent prepared.
I think obviously both, right? And I think we cannot deny, obviously, that there were some progress made. Even though if you would visit any of like many roundtables which we could meet in previous few years, I never heard any experts say, no, we are actually doing fine, we are becoming much more resilient, it's okay. I never heard that once, right? Always we spoke about, no, this is really isn't working, we are not resilient, we are so vulnerable. And I think it's also, because I don't want, at the same time, I don't want to sound super optimistic. I think it was interesting work done about early stages in Ukraine, because nowadays we try to look at it as, oh, that was obvious, Russian will fail. And I had opportunity, I never was to Ukraine myself, which is important disclaimer, but I spoke with a few people who were there within these few first days, and they cautioned a bit that a lot of people were waiting how the situation on ground will develop, right? The people, generally they will have their own strategies to how navigate the environment around themselves and how to survive somehow. And obviously before the war, Russia had a lot of reasons to feel optimistic. Oh no, this country isn't working. There is so much of disinterest in politics. People are not actually supporting Zelensky. This will be fine. They will be like apathetic, and when we kick in doors, they will collapse. But when Ukrainians were able to show in few first days, okay, we are not going to collapse, a lot of these people who were possibly sympathetic were suddenly looking at it as like, okay, but is this our friend? Are we willing to? It's fine supporting someone who's promising you, okay, you would be better off trading with us, there will be more jobs, they are suppressing your language. It's quite different thing to support someone who's bombing you, as was mentioned, right? And suddenly, like, I would be quite confident in saying that most of goodwill that there might have been, or most of the discord that was produced by propaganda over the years, dissipated, right? When there was a poll in Czech Republic, essentially a week or so after the start of invasion, even though we have roughly 10 to 20% of people who are somehow sympathetic to Russia over the last 30 years, almost constantly, some support for or like acknowledgement of Russian invasion was at beautiful number of 3%, I think, like combined, like strongly and somewhat. Right? That's not a huge success, right? And so I think yes, we to a degree became more successful, and I think, and that was quite an important point, that this pre-bunking was really important because it made any false flag attempts essentially a farce in Western eyes, and that's the only proper way it should be. But at the same time, I'm still quite optimistic about our ability overall to resist this, or on the other hand, pessimistic about how much it can actually achieve. But obviously, and sorry for speaking so for too long, but we also need to make distinctions about this, I would say, strategic information operations, really against the whole population, elite hijacking, and stuff like that, and then tactical or very targeted information operations, where at least I don't know and don't have much data to go on how successful they might be. But I think that's a different question, and they might be possibly much more effective than I think, right? Thanks.
I'm going to make one point and then I'll let you go. I think a really important distinction here is that here Russia was trying to promote a narrative about itself. And in previous instances of Russian influence operation, Russian disinformation, it was promoting all sorts of types of narratives, but the majority of them were focused on the country where it was intervening. So lack of election integrity, racial problems, all sorts of other things that focused on the country itself, on the United States, on the UK, wherever else it was conducting those operations. So it was causing problems within the politics and society there, not promoting a charm offensive about Russian, intentions. So I think that difference matters for how we think about what's effective and what we are vulnerable to.
Thank you very much. So we took this apart quite efficiently and deeply, so I thank you here for that. And I would like to go back to people. I know that this is a technology panel, but there are several challenges when we talk about technology, AI, algorithms, you name it. And that's the people that will produce it, the people that will operate it. And we also look, when we get back to Ukraine and a conflict, we have seen that a country that had something like 120,000 uniformed men and women had to increase to 400,000, maybe 700,000 if we look in all the people and also include probably unfortunate losses. So maybe I would start with Dr. Kagan again. if you have any insight on what it means to mobilize so quickly and get people into uniforms, get people to use information tools, and many of the people that in Ukraine were used basically for this information front, many of them were used to be programmers to, for example, do the famous artillery software that they are using so efficiently and other things. So if you can give us any observation from your side here.
One of the most remarkable features of the beginning of the Ukraine war, the second Russian invasion of Ukraine, is the overwhelming response of Ukrainian citizens, civil society, as well as Ukraine's military and its government. And one of the key sources of resilience that actually bridged the gap between the surprise of the full-scale Russian invasion and the capabilities of the state was Ukrainian civil society. And when the first volunteers started to show up in the first day of the war, when units were created in the territorial defense structure, there were huge challenges, bottlenecks, and problems that the systems of government and the systems of the military were not actually ready and prepared to handle. Things such as logistics bottlenecks, or ways of getting arms and equipment from rear to front or to the hands of those who were volunteering. Some of the most remarkable stories that I have heard as anecdotes, I think, are emblematic of what happened, which is that a lot of individuals who were who had volunteered or were mobilized actually began to use their civilian skills, their civilian connections, their businesses, their companies, and their IT knowledge and systems to bridge the gap between the reality of what these volunteer formations were like and the requirements of the battlefield. And so we observed things such as private logistics companies transporting military supplies. We saw innovative programmers and software creators actually bring their skills to bear and their own programs, civilian use technologies, etc., to solve problems and a focus on problem solving. I think this is very important because I think it was, on the one hand, not something that many people expected. On the other hand, it was an incredible source of resilience, and without it, I do not know that the Ukrainian armed forces would have bridged the first days of the war, in which they did so effectively repel some of the Russian advances and the long war, whereby the reserve forces and the mobilized civilians actually came to the fore. This has implications for all free societies, for the United States and for Europe, namely that our civilian society can be a source of resilience. Government has to let it be a source of resilience, however. And I think this is one of the choices that the Ukrainian government made that is important and a sign of its leadership as well as its requirement. Namely, that it permitted this kind of innovation and problem solving at an individual level and small group level to create a cumulative effect on the battlefield. we can be resilient. There are policies that we can put in place to make us more resilient, but we also really need to be prepared to have our civilian populations and our businesses support an effort if it is to be a whole of society effort to defend our free states.
Thank you very much. I'm sure our senior military leaders would love it if we could come to them and tell them, well, if there's a conflict, you just need to let the civil society do its thing. That's going to work. No, I'm kind of like paraphrasing here. Margarita, you can take the question, and I want to add also the topic that we came up upon, and that's the human-machine teaming and the money. Also, like in the money that is, I don't know if it's spent, how is it spent to prepare experts and to basically prepare the society, the military for getting or accumulate technology and integrate it into the militaries, or eventually as a security apparatus, well, systems that will enhance the security, but also in the civilian sphere. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is another area where we should be wary of learning lessons, because this is a genocidal war at their house. The society mobilized, which was incredible and inspiring and absolutely necessary for the nation to hold. But if society didn't mobilize, the nation would have not held. It's not like they had many choices. They had 100,000 Russian troops march into their country. That is a war, a territorial ground war of national survival. The United States, I think this is more of a European problem. The United States, geography-wise, faces different types of threats. Being in Europe, I will not dismiss that type of threat, obviously, since you share a land. But in a war of national annihilation, if you don't have the nation mobilized, you simply don't have a nation. What would be interesting to see about Ukrainian society going forward and the Ukrainian military is how they are going to approach their reserves model. If they're going to reconstruct how they train and rely on reserves. If I had to guess, I think they're going to implement the type of a reserve system they have in Israel, where you have a sizable but still relatively small professional agile army and a massive number of reserves. And I think that's where Ukraine is headed, obviously depending on how it ends. Break, human-machine teaming. What we're getting out of this war is experience in human-machine teaming, operational testing, and experimentation. It's interesting because if you were here in the first speech of the first keynote of the first day was the Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, and he literally said that Ukraine is a testing ground for technology. Please come to Ukraine and test your technologies. And he was talking both about civilians and military relevant technology. So we are learning a great deal about reliability of certain systems, resilience of systems, robustness, and how do people under difficult, unpredictable circumstances work with technology. Because we shouldn't assume that just because they have a gadget, they're using it, and that they're using it consistently and at scale. I am sure that there's a bunch of stuff that they throw out to the sidelines because it doesn't work reliably, or it's too complicated to understand, or it becomes too overwhelming to operate. But those lessons hopefully are being learned not just by the Ukrainians, but also by their NATO allies who are observing and supplying some of those technologies.
Thank you very much. Vojta, you mentioned operation security, the use of cell phones in a conflict environment, and I believe this also poses some lessons. So if you can take this question or the question on how do we approach that our militaries will need to use, or probably, well, are already using civilian technology. How do we get them rid of the phones, or how do we use the phones and what they can offer to soldiers the right way?
I think that's a phenomenal question. I don't know what to answer, right? I think this is really an open question still, because we can see that these cell phones, they offer huge propaganda value. Honestly, we can see that on Ukrainian side, how many videos are shared from the front lines and how much of an effect in information space that has. At the same time, it's obviously operational security problem. And I think it's quite well documented as operational security problem even in peacetime in like Western militaries. And I think other problem is once we are utilizing like civilians with cell phones, I'm not sure whether anyone knows what does it do to their status within the armed struggle. If you have civilians taking pictures of advancing enemy soldiers.
Maybe not really civilians, but mobilized personnel that eventually need to be retrained to use various types of equipment to some effect for which there might not be a doctrine for.
Well, then, what you can see then, what is happening is what happened every time, I think, in major conventional war, right? A lot of bottom-up innovation, and it depends essentially on whether you will survive the first attempt to use it. If you do, what are the mechanisms through which you can spread that innovation either horizontally or vertically, whether a system to share lessons learned and then disseminate it further, right? And I think that's what's happening on both sides of front line in Ukraine, both on Russian and on Ukrainian side. And that will be the same thing that would happen, I believe, if we would be fighting on our ground, which is unlikely to happen. I think it's perfectly honest, it's not much more likely that we will be facing war of survival than US. That's something I already try to stress, that if Russians are across the Poland, I don't think we are going to stop it, right? But yeah, I think I spoke quite enough already, so I would yield the floor.
Okay, Francesco, your take?
Well, on what of the amazing many questions we posed to ourselves today and the discussion. No, I think that there is something that can connect together to the information domain and, you know, what has been done on the battlefield and why this different. This war is a bit different. I feel it a bit different. It's like, I think it's the most covered conflict on social media. I think so. Which also is very important, because then someone can really say, give us weapon and we show you why. Look, your Twitter is fed by this content, you know. And sometimes, and many times, we hear about wars around the world. And that's why I was saying before about the communication, because you hear there is a war happening somehow in the world, but you don't see, you know, we are far away, because see, we are in our everyday lives. We cannot, you know, comprehend every phenomenon. And I think that this has been very, very well strategically used, and it should be like that, to increase the support, to see that, yeah, man, this might come to Poland. You know, we were with the, without breathing the night of this counter missile that crossed the border and killed one person at the border with Poland. And I think, I mean, particularly you can feel it in Brussels, being NATO there, you know, all the black cars passing by and they're reuniting to discuss what to do next. I think that this is the right direction, and why this is right? Because it's a shared approach. So, okay, we are not in the battlefield, although we can discuss about the hybrid warfare that we are doing, but we're not on the battlefield in the front line, but that's a shared approach to counter someone which wants to rebuild, reshuffle the international system by military projection instead of, you know, economic pressure or something. There are many, many other ways before, you know, like Clausewitz was saying, it's an extension of diplomacy. Yeah, but what extension of diplomacy? We demonstrated that it's not the only system, it's not a perfect system, but liberal democracies can come together, you know, to counter something that wants to use military or, you know, past centuries way of dealing in international relations. That's my take on this.
Thank you very much, Francesco. You also helped me to wrap it up a little bit as we are running out of time. So I would like to first thank all to you for joining us for this discussion, for attending this great conference. I would like to thank the organizers. Now I'd like to give a great thank you to our panelists, Dr. Kimberly Kagan, to Margarita Konaev, Wojciech Bachensky, and Francesco Capelletti. Please, a round of applause for everyone.
And also congratulations to our humble moderator who didn't mention himself, but did an absolutely fantastic job, Boris Kaliski. So, thank you again to everyone for a riveting panel on defense in the age of modern technology put together by the European Liberal Forum. We now have a short break, but don't go home because there'll be wine afterwards, so you wouldn't want to miss out on that. Have some snacks, maybe go next door, play around with all the digital toys that we have for you. It's your last chance. And let's meet here at 15:45 again for the last panel of the entire conference, which is the future of education in 2038. And if you're on the stream, we'll see you very soon as well. You've got 15 minutes to go make yourself a coffee. Thank you.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, který potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na ty dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i zefektivnění jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu, a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
Digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference in that regard here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, a je důležitá zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformací. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a k vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Good morning. Good morning. In 2020, the European Union set a clear path for navigating the European digital transition over the coming decade. This digital decade is our vision for achieving a human-centric, sustainable digital society that empowers both citizens and businesses. It means that by 2030, all aspects of technology and innovation should work for the people. Getting there requires ambitious targets as presented in our digital compass. It establishes 4 core common principles for a successful digitalization: skills, capacities and infrastructure, digitalization of businesses, and digitalization of public services. We need to invest in people's skills we need sustainable, reliable digital infrastructures with high-quality connectivity. We need to promote the digitalization of Europe's businesses and encourage uptake of digital solutions like cloud computing or artificial intelligence. And we need key public services like electronic health records available to all EU citizens. But while doing this, it is important to ensure that technologies and platforms respect our fundamental rights and our values. No one should be left behind. In the European Union, we have always taken a human-centric approach to the digital transition. Indeed, it is well known how committed we are to protecting our citizens' data. Putting people at the center of our approach helps to build trust, which is so essential for the digital economy to function. We already have comprehensive EU rules in place to protect people both offline and online. I mentioned it, data protection and privacy. Others are relevant for combating hate speech and hate crimes, non-discrimination, gender equality, and consumer protection and copyright. Without doubts, Europe is a front runner in the digital transformation, and we can set the global standards. More and more countries around the world are following the data free flow with trust approach of our data protection rules, for example. Today, we see many more opportunities to promote free and safe data flows with like-minded partners than a few years ago. The EU's Artificial Intelligence Act is another example where we are putting people first. It is the first legal framework in the world taking a comprehensive approach to the specific risks that AI poses, including to fundamental rights. The European Union is also the first to propose rules on liability for AI, addressing issues of compensation of victims, including businesses, for damage caused by AI systems. With the new rules, our goal is to turn Europe into the global hub for trustworthy artificial intelligence. We are confident that collaborating in the field of AI with our international partners, like the USA, will be beneficial for our citizens and companies. Trust is far from a given in our interconnected world, and platforms are open to abuse in ways we have never seen before, especially with the global boom in social media and online marketplaces. The EU's response to tackling illegal hate speech and hate content is both regulatory and self-regulatory. Under the Voluntary Code of Conduct, IT companies commit to review within 24 hours the majority of hate speech notifications and remove it when necessary. The Digital Services Act will also be a significant step to combat online hate, but also for making the giants of online marketing more accountable for the information they provide and their use of misleading and targeted advertising. Digital services have made it easier for companies to trade across borders and access new markets. We cannot allow them to get away with practices that abuse trust through manipulative marketing. It is simply not fair to the consumer. Again, the Digital Services Act can set the global standard in the field of digital regulation. In fact, the international dimension is very important for Europe's digital decade. To have a successful outcome, we will build on our digital partnerships to find solutions for our economies and societies which assert our fundamental values. There is so much more to say about digitalization, but I also want to hear what you have to say. I wish you a very successful debate. Thank you very much.
Mentioned that we will be showing you the video sent in by Didier. That was it. Didier Reynders, who's from the European Commissioner for Justice at the European Commission. So he just had some words of encouragement for us there. But now let's plunge into our final panel. Don't cry. I know that it's sad that the conference is almost over, but there'll be another one next year, so we'll see each other again, hopefully. And in the meantime, let's get prepared for the last panel of today and of the whole conference, again, organized by the European Liberal Forum, which is the future of education in 2038. And the moderator taking care of this particular panel is Ted Urho, who's the executive manager from Agenda from Finland. Please come join me on the stage.
One, two, one, two. Oh, it works. Good. That's always a scary bit if technology works or not. I would like to welcome the panel up on stage. We have Jana, I've practiced this, Berkovosova, Member of Parliament, Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic. We have Teresa Vankova, who is Executive Director of React Girls, also from the Czech Republic. We have Martin Ulovec, Digitalization and Digital Education Officer, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports from the Czech Republic. And we also have Bartek Novak, who is the President of the Vistula Group Universities, which comprises of a group of 6 private universities in Poland, which ranks as #1 in internationalization in Poland. Welcome. You all have your assigned seats. Before we also have a 5th member of the panel, so to speak, who is Martin Polaszek, who is Minister of Education with the Austrian Ministry of Education, and he has a 3-minute-long video message, which we will take part of first to see and hear his thoughts on education in the future. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to the 8th International Conference, Digital Czech Republic. Today, I would like to focus in particular on a topic that is of great importance for the future of our society: digitalization in education. Digitalization is changing our world at a rapid pace and requires all of us to constantly adapt and evolve. In education in particular, we must ensure that our children and young people acquire the necessary skills and knowledge to succeed in a digital world. We were able to take this important step in Austria with the introduction of a dedicated subject, Basic Digital Education, last school year. In addition, we are promoting the equipment of schools with modern technology so that teachers and students can use digital media and familiarize themselves with them. In Austria, we have succeeded in equipping lower secondary school students with digital devices as part of the Digital Learning Initiative. Our focus is primarily on competent, responsible, and pedagogically sensible use. As part of our continuing teacher training program, we support our teachers in expanding their own digital skills and using digital tools in their teaching. In doing so, we rely on a wide range of training and continuing education formats, from peer learning at the school site to classroom training and innovative formats at the universities of teacher education. to Austrian-wide networking offerings in the virtual space, such as MOOCs. However, digitalization in education goes even further. We need to ensure that our education systems are flexible and agile to adapt to changes in the world of work. We must also focus on promoting collaboration between schools, universities, and companies to better prepare our learners for the demands of the future labor market. Now, I wish you an inspiring exchange and fruitful discussions.
Vielen Dank, Martin Polaschek, the Austrian Minister of Education. Before we start off, I would have two technical issues to address. One, don't forget the Slido, so you can enter questions for us to discuss at the end of the panel. And secondly, would it be possible for me to get a glass of water as well? I count 4 glasses, but we are 5 people. No, that's yours, that's yours. At some point. As I started my teacher training, I used to be a teacher before becoming a journalist. In Finland, exactly 20 years ago, the professor at our first lecture gave us a task. She wanted us to reminisce about our first teacher. What were they like? What made them a good teacher? And how did they teach? We thought about these traits and presented them for the auditorium. Afterwards, the professor asked us where we thought that our teacher, the first teacher that we had in mind, had learned these things and opened up the notion that each teacher has been influenced by their own teachers. So, the educational wisdom of today is actually generations old. My first teacher was a woman born in the 1930s. She had received her first pedagogical examples from someone born in the second half of the 19th century. And those thoughts still live with me in my teacher profession. Having said that, we are here to discuss how to give learning tools to the children born today in 2023 who will finish their compulsory education in 2038. And here's just a brief reminder. The year 2050, we are now closer to that year than we are to the year 1990. Just food for thought. I would like to start off also by reintroducing our panel and give a slightly broader picture of who is talking. And I would invite each of the panelists to give a short talk on how they view the future of education. And I would like to start with Jana, who is a member of the Committee on Education in the Chamber of Deputies. She has worked her entire professional life within the educational system, originally as a teacher, later many years as a methodologist at the National Pedagogical Institute, which provides support for teachers and headmasters of schools in their professional development and lifelong learning. Here's the wisdom, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say at the beginning that Czech schools have made great progress in the use of digital technologies in the last few years. What no one could have imagined before COVID is now a matter of course. Online teaching, assignment of tasks and projects via the internet, creation and sharing teaching materials, teaching videos, use of AI and more. And for some schools, the transition to online learning and teaching was very, very difficult because they did not have much experience in the field of digital technologies. In any case, nowadays, schools are forced to think more about the reasonable use of technology due to the fact that they must implement a new concept of informatics subject, and teachers of all subjects have to focus on developing digital skills, not only pupil skills, but also their own. And for teachers, it is really a demanding job. And how will children learn? I think the way children use technology in everyday life, the way they consume its content, affects their approach to learning and habits. Many children find it difficult to keep attention and concentration. They watch videos on TikTok, but very short videos in a quick succession and with different topics. And it's true that nowadays videos become more and more popular sources of information, and educational content in the form of videos, tutorials, is likely to play a more significant role. Text and printed forms are not attractive to pupils as videos. And this is how I think children will learn in the future. They won't read long text in the textbooks. We call such an approach micro-learning. Teachers have to reckon with it and try to teach, let's say, in a TikTok way. So divide videos or other teaching materials into smaller units and activate pupils more often. And in connection with the use of digital technologies, I must also mention risks it brings. One of the significant risks is the deepening digital gap. It means unavailability of the necessary technologies for children from social weaker backgrounds. And the National Recovery Plan helps schools to bridge this gap. The funds are provided from a European Union. And next risk is growing children's addiction to social sites and networks. And we mustn't forget about prevention of cyberbullying. It's getting more and more important to remind children all the time the principles of safe behavior on the internet. And the future of education, I think the rapid development of technology has started changes in education that almost none of us could have imagined or even predicted. And schools learned to use distance online lessons, and it's very likely that some model of combined teaching and learning, face-to-face and online, will be certainly used in the future. But I can say definitely one thing. In the future, the role of teacher will be changed, but it will not be suppressed. I think on the contrary, teachers will become more important because the students will face new challenges and risks, and they will need a teacher, guide, tutor who helps them. The teacher will no longer be primary source of information, but has more and more the role of the guide who should teach the students to work with huge amounts of information, verify them, and should also motivate the students to learn. Because ability to learn new things and adapt to new conditions will be key to success in the future world.
Thank you, Jana. Teresa, you're the founder and CEO of React Girls. You're also a software engineer. And React Girls is a non-profit organization that has been in the Czech Republic since 2019. And its focus is on women reskilling in IT. The organization focuses on teaching current technologies, including open AI, and it also aims to improve gender diversity in tech companies. Where do you see education in 15 years?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm so glad that we are here and we can really discuss the future of education. And I would like to start with a kind of a motivation speech, because I would like to talk about ideal world. In this world, we will be able to use technologies we have right now and to use new principles and strategies in education, and we will see a beautiful transformation shift in approach of learning. And in this world, I think that children will be able to have a growth mindset, and it will not be growth mindset in that time. It will be something they will really be used to and do every day. So I also think that children in that time, they will be able to use new technologies such as OpenAI in daily basis, and they will be able to learn and grow with it. And they will also be able to have this critical thinking, and they will have a knowledge about all the ethical implications it might have. We also will be able to implement new strategies such as education strategies such as peer-to-peer learning, which can help children to collaborate together on projects, to become more familiar with presentation skills, and they will be able to use these skills in their future professions. We also can't forget about gender equality in the education. We have to think about how we can support girls and women in fields such as math, engineering, and IT. And I think that OpenAI can really help us with this, because we will be able to offer personalized education, and AI will not care about gender, only about their talents and their interests. So in conclusion, in the ideal world, we will be able to use these technologies we have right now. We will be able to use new education approaches, and we will raise children which will be really ready for their future roles in companies that they don't really exist right now. So yeah, this is the motivation speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And Martin. Martin has been appointed to the position of Commissioner for Digital Education and Digitalization a few months ago. Congratulations. Before that, you worked as a member of the cabinet of the Minister of Education for Education, Youth and Sports, and you're a member of the Czech Pirate Party and Pirate Jester for the education within the government coalition. 15 years from now, where do you see us?
Yeah, thanks a lot. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation to this event. Well, a lot of things were already been said by my previous speakers. It is quite clear that the digital technologies already have quite a huge impact on shaping the education system and its possibilities. So in the next 15 years, I think it's a great opportunity to use the potential effectively, which lies in using digital technologies. So it can help us to enhance the individualization of the whole educational process, that you will be really able to reflect specific educational needs of all the students, and with the use of digital technologies, you will be more able to help them to develop their potential. The next thing which can really help us while using digital technologies is to prepare the teaching or learning in more interactive way. And this also could help to improve the involvement of students in the educational process, that they are really active participants in the process, and they are not bystanders. Of course, the usage of digital technologies will bring various forms of learning. We have experiences from the COVID era where Czech schools were transferring to distance learning or online learning. And I suppose that's something that will become quite common in schools. So there will be distance learning or online learning, combination of face-to-face and distance learning. We will be able to use virtual classrooms, etc. And the important thing which I would like to emphasize is that in relation to the rapid development of digital technologies, it is also important to focus on strengthening the connection between initial and further education as well. If we want to be really successful, we have to search for solutions in the prisma of lifelong learning. So from now in 15 years, I really hope that schools will become centers for lifelong learning, or maybe also community centers, that they will offer various leisure activities, but also courses for adults, etc. And it will be not only focused for students within the school, but also for other people from the neighborhoods as well. What is important? Digital skills development, right? And it is really important to focus on healthy and safe usage of digital technologies. So I completely agree that we have to focus on digital well-being and prevention of various risks which are coming with the digital technologies as well. And of course, we have to focus on cyber prevention as well. So that's it.
Thank you, Martin. And last but not least, Bartek. Bartek has a PhD in economics and has been teaching international relations for more than a decade. For the last years, you've been the president of the Vistula Group of Universities, comprising of 6 private higher education institutions in Poland. And previously, you've also held several executive and advisory positions in think tanks and within the EU institutions. Your take on the future of education?
Let me give you an example. Thank you very much for the invitation. When COVID came out, and in one day we had to close 6 schools and move everything online. It was one of the biggest challenges ever I had as president of these universities. And we managed this. It was a big challenge because we had students who are coming from mid-developing countries, so they had to work in order to supplement their finances and being educated in the EU country. So they lost their jobs, and their parents lost their jobs in their respective countries. But we decided to move everything online. It was a big challenge. And after that, after COVID disappeared, maybe not disappeared, but we came back to normal classes, I was really surprised that when I make a questionnaires among students, they were quite happy from online lessons. Hybrid today is a new reality, not an old system, but today we combine hybrid classes, both online and in class. It allows students at the same time to work and to be more adjustable to the labor market. But what happened in the meantime? In time of COVID, we had to double the hours of the work of psychologists. So my argument is that with every technological change, there are very good benefits, but there are also the dangers. There are pluses and minuses, but you cannot stop it. We are living in different reality. We cannot reverse it. So we have to really make a follow-up. Let me give you another example, and that's my cell phone. During COVID, I started learning, I started taking my French classes on cell phone from AI-powered applications. And I'm learning at the speed never seen before in my life, honestly. Did it replace the teacher? The answer is no. But it helped me a lot. If I combine this with teacher, the result could be quite good. but we have to change the role and rethink the role of the teacher. The problem is that public institutions and the curriculum at the universities and in schools do not follow the speed of technological change, because changing the programs, it takes a lot of time. In the meantime, the reality changes dramatically. So that's the biggest challenge, how do we cope with the speed? Those who deal with the problems of globalization, if you compare the speed of globalization and technological change to other moments in the history, this is the fastest ever. That's the big challenge. We never ever have experienced this kind of fast technological change as we have today. And our mentality, our law, our regulation on the market do not follow this. And this is one of the, I think, biggest challenges. But we have to be aware, when I'm being asked about whether all this technological change, what does it mean for education? Is this on plus or on minus? And I would say that this is once in a generation chance to have to achieve climate goals, to build sustainable growth, to have a more competitive economy, to learn much faster than we could in the past. But in the same time, we really have to rethink how do we assess students and people. How do we make tuition even? And also what is the role of the teacher? And probably the role of the teacher in the future will be higher skilled level, supervisory level. Because many of the things, much faster than we can as humans, can be done by AI and new technologies, but we have to take it for granted. But it is at the cost.
Thank you, Bartek. Food for thought. I'm getting a lot of spontaneous questions in my mind from these introductory remarks, but I promised myself to stick to my manuscript. I would like to invite everybody to ask your questions via Slido. There's a QR code once in a while up on the screen, so you can take a picture of that and send in your questions, and we will feed them into the discussion as we go along. I would like to, there's one prepared question that I've prepared for each and one of you, and I would like to ask that first. Before we can alter the future, we must harness, understand the present, and let's start by understanding change. Which piece of technology, going back to your own school days, I'm thinking compulsory, elementary school, which piece of technology did you use that, or learn, or have in school that your parents did not have? Let's start with Jana.
I definitely know that my parents didn't have in their classroom anything else except the blackboard and chalk. And they didn't have television and tape recorder, which were tops of technologies in my time when I used to go to school. So yes, tape recorder, maybe television, and we had, let's say, highlight of technology. It was electronic device called in Czech Meltar. You remember? Do you know that? Meltar? It's kind of projector where teacher, put a foil with picture, text, or map on the lightning board, and it's projected on the wall. So pupils can read and see the picture on the wall. So that was top of technology. We didn't have any computers and so on. Yeah.
Martin, how about you?
Well, computers. Yeah, I remember that when I was in elementary school, firstly we had a programming club after school, where we were learning basics of using MS-DOS and the earlier versions of Windows, 3.1 for example. And of course we also played some games from time to time. So I remember it was my first encounter with PC games like strategy games, Warcraft and so on, or Dune. or platform games like Commander Keen, Prince of Persia. And later on, we had a class of informatics, and we were working within Windows 1995, so we could orientate in the completely new environment. You know, you can use all the functions, you can use all the programs which are integrated within the operational system. So, yeah, those were the great times.
Jana, how about you?
Teresa,
sorry,
but
Teresa.
no worries, no worries. Yeah, so my answer would be quite the same: computers and also the internet. And on the other hand, nobody taught us how to use the internet for education. So that's maybe the dark side of that of the internet.
Bartek, how about you?
Two memories, and I assure you I'm not so old, and it was not long time ago. And I remember, in order to set up my first email account, I have to write a petition on paper. Can you imagine this?
Yes.
And every page you wanted to come in, it took such a long time that you waited and waited and waited because the internet was so slow. And at the beginning of my studies, I was starting with encyclopedia to check different things. So, you know, the world was very, very different. My MA thesis I saved on floppy disk, and unfortunately it has broken, so I had to write a new. So, you know, entirely different world. And again, those who make a research on globalization, it never ever happened that this kind of technological change happened in a lifetime of one generation, which we experience. And now we are moving to the issue of AI, and I'm really not so old.
And that's where we're coming into the issue as well at hand, because for these past 15 years, the technological advancements have been so rapid that it is difficult to grasp it, because previously technological advancements, they were often mechanical, but now they are digital, and it's very difficult. I'm trying to remember how I explained to my parents what it meant to code, to write HTML code, and my parents would be like, "Oh, that's nice." How do you as parents help your students coding homework when you can barely do the maths yourself? Well, that's another discussion. But so the question is that today, the students today, they have AI, and it is a natural part, especially ChatGPT is in Finland starting to be a natural part of schoolwork. Why would you read the old long Wikipedia articles when you can enter into a search engine, write me an essay, 1,500 words on the Magna Carta? Why would you do that job yourself when you're using AI? So let's put it this way. What kind of benefits do you see of AI and for instance, ChatGPT as one form of AI within education? Jana.
I must say that development and use of AI tools we must take as a challenge and opportunity, but always keep in mind threat or risk and also follow ethical principles. Yeah, the text that ChatGPT is able to create on a given topics are often unrecognizable from those that a human would be able to write. So logically the question arises what this means for teaching and what impact it will have on students and their learning. So there are some recommendations for students given by one of the significant Czech university, and they say be interested in how AI work, use them meaningfully, but be honest. And although the use of AI simplifies studying in many ways, it mustn't lead to weakening of your study efforts, and you shouldn't rely fully on outputs provided by these tools. And they say always be critical of working with AI tools, verifying, validating the information, but be aware that unacknowledged use of AI is the same as so-called ghostwriting, and which is one of form of plagiarism, so be careful with that. And of course, that's a challenge for teachers, how to use and integrate AI into their teaching.
You're a policymaker. What kind of legislation do you think that we need to, what kind of legislation is required when it comes to this specific area of AI, ChatGPT, and education?
Yeah, I think that's what I mentioned before. We have, legislatively take care this area of ghostwriting and plagiarism, because that's a threatness, I think, in the future.
But do you have a piece of concrete legislation in mind, something that we can do already today?
Not yet, not yet.
Bartek, within the university system, it's always been a tradition to watch out for plagiarism, and there are softwares to detect this. How do you see ChatGPT and AI within your field of work?
Let me say, last year when I asked students for essays, and some of them were really wonderful, it came to my mind that I have to learn myself anew. Really. I was so shocked. I checked the internet and there was no copy-paste, you know. Then I heard about ChatGPT. But I was wondering a lot about this, but let me say that this is much more beyond simply cheating. It has got some unique perspectives that I want to share with you. So I made some kind of research with students. How do they cope with ChatGPT? And over time, it appeared that they increased their writing capacity. And especially those students at the bottom of knowledge, they could learn much better style from ChatGPT over time, how to write a good essay, how to write a good thesis. Of course, this is a challenge of cheating, but nevertheless, it can really boost your capacities. And I think that students may step up to the next level and spend much more time on using human capabilities like creativity or thinking strategically instead of simply getting knowledge. Specifically, what is valuable in ChatGPT for me is that it can provide you with personalized learning path, starting with assessment. What are your strengths and weaknesses? This can really help you. It can be just on demand, yes? You don't need to contact teacher who's got 100 students to teach, but you can have it on demand. Also, it can really fulfill your knowledge gaps and help you to improve in areas in which you seem to be weaker without the help of the teacher. In many exercises like negotiations, like being a sparring partner for your ideas, it can be very, very useful, I must say. So, of course, this is up to our perspective. So one perspective is you can be scared by this. Another perspective is that we cannot ban it simply. We won't do this. We can try to regulate it, but we can try to use this for the benefits of humans, but it must be very, very intelligent. And last thing, recently I asked ChatGPT to tell me how he or she, I don't know, considers the so-called quality piece. No, quality piece is a concept on which I spent a lot of time reading books and so on. And the ChatGPT wrote me such a beautiful answer on this, in beautiful language, such thoughtful, that it came to my mind, well, that is something. What does it mean? If students are capable to grasp in a very simple way very complex problems, and that's what ChatGPT does, it can explain you in a very simple and beautiful language the complex problems. It's a wonderful.
Teresa, what did you last ask ChatGPT? Oh, you don't have to stop. If you want to, though.
That's a great question, but I think that it was something about coding, of course, because you know, right now we don't need to code, and we just ask if you know how to ask correctly. You can ask about code, about explaining coding and other stuff. And then, actually, this is the same topic you were talking about, because it can really explain the really complex and really difficult things to learn in an easy way, and children are able, thanks to it, are able to learn in their own pace. So I agree that the benefit of it's really this personalization and this this complex task you can learn in small tasks.
Martin, how about you? You're a pirate.
Well, AI can undoubtedly help students to search for various ways to fulfill the defined tasks. And it can help them think differently and think about the topic from different perspectives. That is something which I perceive as high added value. The important thing is that you can learn how to ask correctly, because it's very important, and upon this it depends how the output is, what's the quality of the output, what you will get from ChatGPT. So this is very important, asking the right questions. And of course, in relation to that, you need to focus on the information verification, because every time you will have some sort of distortion, let's say, and you need to check it out if it is really true, if it is correct or not. And that is also important regarding discussion about plagiarism. I would be really sad if we will choose the way of some high restrictions. For me, ChatGPT and these instruments, it's like when you were using cell phone, so you can find out some relevant information. It's a tool which can help you, and in the same way, we should be thinking about ChatGPT as well, or AI instruments. And maybe it is also important, the thing you've already said, that's the personalization, yeah, upon giving the task. So that's it.
With 30 minutes to go on this panel, I would like to, yes, shortly, I would like to congratulate the panel panelists on answering all questions so very clearly, because there has not yet come in a single question on Slido. So we must be very, very clear on this topic, and apparently we are presenting knowledgeable answers here. Please send in your questions if something comes to mind. Bartek.
Yes, just a short comment on what Martin said. It was extremely important, because accuracy is one of the biggest challenges of ChatGPT. It is making a search through the internet and does not recognize greater value in something. So it can take papers that are really not reliable and simply reference to them. So this is a big challenge. And I know very well the case. One of my friends, one of the top scholars on the United Nations in the world, and he sent me an info that artificial intelligence has written a wonderful piece about the United Nations, quoting his non-existent work. So you know, it's you have to check, and that's a big challenge.
I have a question for the panel. Can you name all the capitals in Europe?
Yes, if we don't need to do it. In other hands, no.
This is sort of my point. When I talk about education to my mother-in-law, she used to be a university teacher, born in the 50s, and when I talk to my parents as well, they can recite poems, they can list capitals, they can list the rivers of Asia. I have no recollection of these things. I remember that I went through school, high school, and we learned these things, and I could, for the life of me, never really understand why we had to know all the single capitals of all the African countries. Do you think there is any need for this sort of old traditional learning by heart in the modern school and the school of the future? Let's start with Jana.
I think we live in very, very wild and rapid time. And education is changing every day. And I think that this time we say industrial revolution and these digital changes assume that there will be decrease of some jobs, and especially for less qualified workers. And however, this job extinction, let's say, will be replaced by new emerging jobs, and we will need completely new skills. So children need to get these skills at school. So we can call them future skills. Yeah. And this term, future skills, represents the ability to successfully act and comprehensively solve the problems that will arise in unknown future context. So, and among these skills mostly demanded by employers today, but also in the future, are analytical thinking, innovation, active learning, very important, problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, leadership, the programming, stress tolerance, very important skill, flexibility, emotional intelligence. So, and these things we have to learn at school. We need to get them at school. So I think Czech education should respond to these trends and prepare pupils to changing work and environment. And it's demanding job for teachers too.
That was a very good answer. Teresa, do you think that students should learn things by heart today?
Actually, yeah, I agree with Jana what she said about skills. We should learn more than cities of Europe, and I also think that there will be much more of these skills they can learn by using AI and by critical thinking. This is the most important thing of that part, the critical thinking about what they are going to learn, because like we already said, the sources are not always the correct. So yeah, this is like we have to really focus on this like critical thinking and learn them how to do it.
Martin?
Well, I think we should approach to this matter a lot more differently than in the previous years or decades. However, it is important to perceive that if you want to develop skills, you still need some basic knowledge. You need some basic information to know. However, naming all of the cities in Europe, it doesn't belong in there. You can find it on the internet. The important thing is to understand the context of the information. Why does something happen? What are the reasons? so you can fully understand. And of course, that is quite related to critical thinking, to work with information. As I already said, you need to find the information, and you have to check the validity of information, because there's a lot of fake informations or informations that are basically not true. So you need to evaluate the validity of information you can find. And yeah, because of the rapid changes, you need to more focus on soft skills, and of course you need to focus on digital skills as well. For example, because you need to be able to fully orientate yourself in the digital environment or in the cyberspace. You have to know how the digital technologies work. What are their pros and cons? What are the potential risks, so you can avoid some risky situations. So that is the way we should go. That's the direction, I would say.
And Bartek, you will get the last comment on this before we move to the school day of 2038.
Yes, if machine can answer the question, we shouldn't be asking that question again. We should build beyond that. And that's the nature of human progress.
Good thinking, thank you. We also got a comment from on Slido regarding this. I will quote this as the final piece on ChatGPT, and then we're done with that discussion. ChatGPT is not at all, in capitals, dangerous in its current version. The only danger is the human factor. It's like an example with the knife and the user of the knife. We will now fast forward 15 years. Those children who are born today, they will finish elementary compulsory school in the year 2038. What do you think a school day in 9th grade will look like in 2038? Bartek?
It touches one of the very nice book by Steven Pinker, The Better Angels of Our Nature, Why Violence Declined. And he argues that we live in an age of enlightenment, and the speed of technology and the speed of human progress is really great, and we achieved a lot. I would subscribe to this view. However, what we experience today is a classical war in the same time. What does it mean for us? All the benefits we have from technological progress and from possibility to better educate are growing in pair with enormous challenges we have. The problems with water, the problems with migration, the problems with violence in the world everywhere growing up. So unfortunately, these two trends are coming together. The tricky question is how do we employ technological revolution for the progress of human being? And that's how do we employ technology for making more peaceful world? How do we employ this to delivery of water, to curbing climate catastrophe, not climate change, climate catastrophe? So this is, I still believe in humans, and I believe that AI and technology can help us in this endeavor. But we really have to realize that we don't have another planet, we don't have planet B, and we have to all together with Chinese and other nations find out the minimum consensus what to do with this. Is this possible? My answer is yes, I hope, because there was a possible consensus on ban of nuclear weapon development. It would destroy humanity, and I think we are well aware of the risks coming from new technologies and AI, and we can avoid the worst scenarios.
Thank you. I saw somewhere that someone made an interesting comment on why should we go to Mars and colonize that when we can't even take care of our first planet, but that's a different topic. Teresa, what does a school day for a 9th grader look like in 2038?
So I hope that they will have a lot more subjects which will be focusing on digital technologies, of course, and also some ethical implication about the digital technologies. And I really hope that even in the subjects they will be the same we already have, they will be able to use, I mean the teachers will be able to use some digital technologies and help to do the subject more entertaining for the students.
Martin, where do you think a 9th grader will go to school in 2038?
Well, it's quite clear that the learning will no longer be necessarily bound by your physical presence in school. You can use virtual classrooms or other forms of learning, as we have already discussed. That's the one thing. The second thing is that it will be probably more common to use virtual reality or extended reality across the subjects. And again, all of that can help to focus on the individual needs of the students. With ChatGPT, you can set up differently the tasks the students need to fulfill regarding their knowledge and regarding the specific educational needs. So this can really help out. However, you will need to be successful in the prerequisites you need. For example, one of the biggest challenges which lies ahead of us, and it's not only part for the Czech Republic but also other states, is, for example, sustainability development of the infrastructure of schools. Like right now, we've got quite a lot of money from National Recovery Plan, where we can equip schools with digital instruments or teaching aids, but after that, we need to find some way to finance all the structural sustainable way, and that's quite a big topic right now. Also with the European Commission regarding digital action plan or a European digital decade as well. So.
Jana, final thoughts on this. In 2038, will the 9th graders, will they have physical textbooks?
I don't think so. I mentioned that I think students won't use written textbooks or printed textbooks anymore. They will use teaching materials, electronic or digital videos. And I think that in 2038, children won't go to school every day, as my colleagues mentioned. So lots of lessons, most of lessons will be online. There will be virtual classrooms. But I think it will affect children in their psychic mind, as we know it from COVID time. And I think students might feel lack of social contacts. So I think and hope that schools will try to balance that and will organize kinds of, assemblies, meetings for children to get them together, kinds of sports events, hopefully sports events, because children need to move. So I can see that.
I would like to invite the audience to participate as well, and this is a show of hands questions. Because a show of hand question, how many of you believe that in the year 2038, the 9th grader could write an entire essay by hand with pen on paper? Do you believe that in 2038, a 9th grader can still write an entire essay on paper by hand with a pen? Do you believe this? Raise your hand. A minority believes this. A few believe this. I think that is a scary world, because neurophysically it is the linkage of the hand and the brain and the motor skills. We are losing that, and in that context we can have a... You disagree with me. You don't think it's important to have the motor skills of writing, Bartek?
This is a conservative stance, and conservatives are always happy with the past, and if something changes, they are unhappy with the change. I would say we have to change the perspective. And honestly, I don't know. I think yesterday in the United States there was a release of a huge research done on the pupils in schools, which suggests that they already have different cognitive minds than our generation have. And it is, if you think for a while, if they grew up from the very beginning looking at different windows on the computer screen or cell phone screen at the same time, we were not accustomed to this. We could much more concentrate. Is this better or worse? I don't know, honestly. It is different, for sure. But maybe they will be more, they could make several tasks at the same time, a capacity which we not necessarily can cope with. So it will be different. I'm not sure whether it will be, probably they will be more alone, yes, because of social media and so on. But maybe this evolves as well. On social media, you've got many opportunities to meet another person as well. I don't know simply, but I'm not conservative.
I was just going to say, I've been called many things, but I've never been called conservative, and it actually feels bad. But I am a bit triggered by this. If we don't, because we are formed within schools, and we learn a basic set of human skills. Writing is one of them, and the point of writing is to develop the motoric skills of the hand. How can we develop as artists if we never get the feel of painting with a crayon on paper or writing with a pencil on a piece of paper? Will AI create our art in the future, which we see now, or will humans create the art in the future? Thoughts on this from the other members of the panel? Martin, you're nodding.
Okay, that's quite a tricky question. Well, as I'm composing music myself, I would say that the instruments which we already have, or we will have in the future, they can help us. But I don't think that the technologies will bring a piece of art by itself. You still, from my point of view, you still have some input from the human, because even now you have the possibilities to create song at home in 15 minutes, but it's the human factor where you can bring emotions, some melodies, and I don't think that's something which can be completely bypassed by the technology. So my answer is no. I don't think that we will be completely substituted by the technologies in case of art. And as for the writing, I think it's quite important what Jana already said. It's about finding some appropriate balance.
We have 10 minutes. We have less than 10 minutes. Just a moment ago, we had like 40 minutes left. I'm going to pick a question from here, from a Slido, which has come from the audience. What does the future look like for teachers? What is their future role in the midst of online textbooks and non-instructor-led courses? Teresa, would you like to start?
So I think that they will for sure have an important role, but this role will change, like completely change, because they will need to learn these technologies. They will be really important, but they really need to understand these technologies to be able to teach children and to be able to use it to make education, like I said before, entertainment for them and up to date.
Would anybody else like to comment? What the future looks like for teachers? Martin?
Well, it was already mentioned. I think the role will be different in the way like the teachers will be more tutors, that they will help you in fulfillment of the task with the usage of the piece of digital technology, and more importantly, they should give you some feedback on your progress and help you to fully use your potential which you have via usage of the technologies or instruments available. So,
Jana.
Yeah, as I said, the role of a teacher will be important, definitely. Different than today, but important. Teacher will be like, as my colleague said, tutor or guide, and he should motivate children to learn and teach them how to work with this information around them and evaluate them and verify them. And it will be very difficult for teachers when we mention their long life learning, because that what's happened now is very difficult and demanding for teachers, because digital skills, that's the task for them. Not only children have to learn and get these digital skills, but also the teachers. And sometimes happens that it's more difficult for teachers than for children, because usually happens that pupils at school, in the classroom, are better in using digital technologies than teachers. That's it. But in the future, I think it will get better and better. And that's a task and challenge for teachers.
Bartek.
If you think about teachers in terms of creative profession, not simply transfer of knowledge, I think it makes a difference. And let me give you an example that I think it touches both the problem of teachers and artists as well. Chess players. Okay, we've got absolutely powerful machines. Do you remember Chess Blue that beaten Garry Kasparov? Artificial intelligence needed 1 day to learn from 0 level to beat Chess Blue. Does it mean that good trainers in chess are unnecessary? No. And chess as a game is more popular than ever. If you go to Norway, they are sitting in bars and watching chess games, you know? So this is, but they've got something very, very powerful, but they had to transfer what is the knowledge for, how do they obtain knowledge, what they can learn from machines, and what they can learn from human creativity. Remember that algorithms are not, they are rational. They are not creative. This is something AI is missing, not maybe general AI, and that's another problem. But I still see many opportunities.
We have 5 minutes left, and we started this segment on the school of 2038 with the question of what does a school day look like. And I would like to finish off this segment, and actually this discussion, I just realized, with the question, which subjects will we teach in 2038? Which of the subjects today will survive? Which will be completely redundant? And which new subjects will we have on the syllabus? Martin, would you like to start?
Well, I suppose it's quite inevitable that some of the subjects will merge together. For example, science, as you already had in Anglo-Saxon countries. So this will happen probably. As we were discussing the importance of skills, especially soft skills and so on, I don't think that this will inevitably affect the individual subjects, because the best approach from my point of view is cross-curriculum approach. So you are developing all of the skills across the various subjects, and you are not focusing on one of the subjects, for example, informatics. But in some cases, the content will be different. That's, for example, informatics. 2 years back, our ministry.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We're going to have to go on to the next speaker because we are literally running out of time. Jana, what will physical education look like as a subject in 2038? Will we still have physical education in school?
I hope so. I hope so. I can't imagine how to replace physical education, kind of online activity. So I hope, and I mention it, so we can imagine that the children will do some physical activities at home. They will follow instructions of their teacher, but I hope the school will organize kinds of activities, sports activities for children, and push them, make them to move and do sports activities. It's important.
Bartek, will we still have mathematics, physics and chemistry in 2038?
I think yes. Look how fast this area is developing. And even we will have history. History is about facts. And at the beginning I wondered, okay, what will historians do? Can they be replaced by AI? And the answer is, on some issues, AI will be very useful. But even if you analyze archives, okay, you can analyze, but then you have to ask the question, why? And even in history, there are so many new perspectives on ancient times right now produced by historians that I don't believe that the best equipped AI will replace this.
Teresa, which subject do you think I will ask you about, if we have it in 2038?
Computer science.
I was thinking arts. Do you think we will have creative arts in school in 2038, and what would they look like?
Yeah, I totally hope so, and I hope that they will be able to incorporate this beautiful machine learning art and teach about machine learning art as well.
We asked for 75 minutes of your time. We have now used 74 minutes of your time. I would like to thank the panel for a very interesting discussion and a very positive future by the looks of these four people. I would like to thank the audience as well, and I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this fantastic event. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
And thank you also for a fantastic moderation, Ted. This was the last panel of today. I will say just a very few brief words just to kind of ceremonially put this to a finish. It was great to be a part of this again for the third time for me, but it's the 8th edition of this conference, which was fantastic. We learned a lot about artificial intelligence, of course, the big buzz of today, but we've also learned how to incorporate these new technologies into the social fabric of our lives. I would really like to thank the sponsors again for making this happen, notably Google, Microsoft, also T-Mobile, Bank ID and Edenred. You guys were absolutely fantastic, and there was also a great exhibition going on next door where you could actually play and touch with some of the technology. There was great catering, and speaking of catering, we're going to have some networking over a glass of wine or 7. So we'll ask you to move that way now. To everyone on the stream, you have a glass of wine remotely. We're thinking of you and thank you for joining us. Thank you again to the tech team. Thank you also to the translators in the box who are doing, I don't know how you do it. You were fantastic in providing this conference duolingually. Bilingually, duolingually, brilliant. Sorry, I'm tired. It's been a long 2 days. And I hopefully will see you all here soon, in a year's time, maybe sooner. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for making this happen. Thank you to the Institute for Politics and Society and the European Liberal Forum. Take care. Thank you. Bye.